joined, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's you going the wrong way.
If you could just switch your mic off.
Oh, sorry.
That's coming through your... Yeah.
Let's just do a quick mic check.
We need a... remotely as well. Okay. Fine. Good morning, members. Gone 10:30, so welcome to this meeting of full council. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the council website for public listening. And now I'm going to hand over to Nick, because there's a number of housekeeping issues which we're required to observe in the hall here.
Morning, members. Yeah, it's just to say there is no fire alarm practice scheduled for this morning, so if the alarm were to sound, then exit the building by the nearest exit, which from here is the back of the hall there, or to the left or right, and the muster point would be out in the car park across from Easterbrook here.
Right, thanks. First of all, can I thank members for their adherence to government guidance as provided to me in the letter from the Public Health Manager last week. I do stress that is the Public Health Manager. It's nothing to do with the Council. This was health service advice. In minimising travel and attendance in person, because it's important as civic leaders we exhibit good practice, so I appreciate everybody's cooperation. I do realise that it's a disappointment to many that they have not been able to attend in person. They would have preferred to have done so. Members have expressed concerns to me about the length of time the meetings of full council on the 25th and 30th of June took, and this presented problems in particular for members who were attending online. And I therefore propose that this meeting will be concluded by 4:30 at the very latest, hopefully earlier than that, and that any items outstanding at that time would have to be deferred to a future meeting, but hopefully we'll manage to get through it without that. We do have a significant number of reports to consider today, so it is important that we minimise the time we are gathered together. So I would ask everybody to ensure that they focus on new and relevant points in their contributions and not on ward issues or repeat issues or things that can be taken up elsewhere. Could I remind members that should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write speak in the Teams chat function, and you will be invited to speak in order, and the usual standing orders will apply, including that any votes will be undertaken as usual by roll call. With these matters all noted, I would like to start with warm congratulations to Derek Crichton, our Director of Communities, who is a finalist in not one but two categories in this year's Institute of Directors, the Director of the Year Scotland Awards. Derek is in the finals for both the Public Sector Director and the South of Scotland Regional Director from over 200 candidates, and is the only local government director who has made it through to this stage. This is testament, I think, to his success in leading the Communities Directorate over the last 5 years and his contribution to the transformation programme of our council. So I'm sure that we all wish Derek the best of luck for the final stage in September.
Okay.
Oh, I have two members wanting to speak. Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Leader. It's just on your first point about for many members. I think, can I ask, is this meeting compliant with legislation, even if there was 43 members here? And why, I can't understand why we got that letter, because we've been having meetings in other places, and we've had no issues with that, and members had the option to go remotely if they wanted, and they've always had that choice. You gave them that choice from the very start. So just a couple of things. Maybe, I know it was an interim officer that wrote the letter. Maybe it's inexperience, or they don't understand how councils work, or that, or how the Scottish Government, for example, they've got the same system in. English Government, they've got the same system in. So I can't understand that. But my main question is this room compliant with the legislation?
Well, I'd have to hand over to Nick. I obviously don't have the expertise to answer that particular question, but can I say on the letter, it came out of the blue to me that I was being asked to make sure that people went online. And I think it arose from some of the outbreaks recently, which seem to have been associated with people meeting in closed spaces. So I think it's a little bit of a change in terms of the way in which Jason Leach and his colleagues are interpreting things at the moment, but I'll hand over to Nick.
Thanks, Leader. Yes, in terms of the room complying with the guidelines, yes, categorically it does. You'll see that there's at least 2 metres between each of the chairs in the hall here. Certainly with the reduced amount of members who've attended this morning, so the guidelines are more than being met. All the group rooms have been laid out to be socially distanced, and obviously there's hand sanitizer stations dotted around the building as well. So we've undertaken risk assessments with our health and safety team, working in conjunction with Easterbrook, and yes, in terms of the building and the setup, it's been given a clean bill of health, if you like.
Thanks for that. And, you know, I understood that anyway. We wouldn't have been here, but thanks very much for that clarification. I think, you know, that may, perhaps before the letter comes out the next term, they get a better understanding.
Okay, I'll take Councillor Scobie and Councillor Carruthers, and then we will move on to the agenda. As I've said, this is a long meeting, and I don't want to protract it any further. So, Councillor Scobie, Councillor Carruthers, and then we go on to the agenda. Councillor Scobie.
Chair, I didn't indicate I wanted in.
You had your light on.
I had your, what light?
Okay, Councillor Carruthers.
No intention to hold the meeting back there, but thanks for letting me in, and thank Councillor Nicholson for raising that point. So I did feel that when I first seen it, it was actually, was this a way of trying to slow up the chance of members coming back in? But you actually replied, so we were aware of that as group leaders. I was got to visit a group meeting, but yeah, actually, your last point that you made when you shared that with the wider council was that it was up to each individual member. It was their choice, and that felt that gave the power back to the members, made it quite clear. So that's what made me feel comfortable. I did feel uncomfortable until I read that point.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, this was not an instruction from anybody in the council. This was an instruction from an external body, Public Health, who had been consulted, I think, to make sure that we were complying, and then they came out with this letter. Can we now go on to the agenda, because it's actually, we've got a lot that we need. No, I want to go on to the agenda.
Chair, I wouldn't have came in, but I note from the comments that there are people unable to hear everything said. I think Nick was asked to unmute, and it's just, are the people who are participating remotely, I'm only speaking up in case it's an issue with the system, are they able to hear us?
Nick,
Can we confirm that audio's going out?
I see I've got something from Councillor Dryburgh and Councillor Marshall, Councillor Maitland, a number of councillors who are now saying that they're able to hear, so obviously there was a glitch there. Okay, can we proceed to... No, we're going on to the agenda now. We have a full agenda, a lot of important matters to discuss, so we are moving on to the agenda now. Nick, can you provide the second?
So you're just going to dictate who's going to speak?
Well, we aren't even started debate yet. We haven't even started on the agenda yet.
It's a good start.
Can we move on to the... as I said, we have a long agenda. We have a lot of important items to discuss, rather than discussing the letter from the Public Health Manager. Okay, Nick, can you provide the sediment and indicate who is participating remotely, and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, we have 13 members in the room, and for the benefit of people listening or watching online, those councillors in the room are Councillors Bell, John Campbell, Ian Carruthers, Fairbairn, Giusty, Hislop, James, Murray, Nicholson, Scobie, Sloan, Stitt and Wood. We have 29 members who have joined remotely. The only member who wasn't online, sort of joining the meeting or not in the room, was Councillor Ronnie. So we have 42 members present currently.
Thanks, Nick. So I confirm my agreement to the participation of those members named as or referred to as participating remotely. Do any members have a declaration of interest that they wish to make? And Councillor McClellan does. Okay, Councillor McClellan.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay, Leader?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Leader, I have a declaration of interest at agenda items 10 and 11, and that's due to my employment with LIP Construction, which finished on the 31st of January 2019. I will therefore remove myself from the meeting during consideration of items 10 and 11. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McClelland. Any further declarations of interest? I don't see anyone. So can we move on to approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 30th of June 2020, sorry, the 25th of June first of all, 25th of June 2020. These have been issued separate to the main agenda due to the large number of pages included in the unaudited accounts. So I seek members' approval for those minutes. I'm not seeing any dissent, so we'll agree those. And can we then approve the minute of the meeting held on the 30th of June 2020? I see no dissent to that either, so those are also approved. We can move on to agenda item 5, which is the COVID-19 Renew and Recovery Action Plan. This is a comprehensive report that covers a number of different aspects of our recovery from lockdown. Concept of rebuild and the equal importance given to the economy and society in the vision in paragraph 4.1 is fundamental to our region, and the link to our ongoing transformation programme, which is explored further in section 9. The Council is applying a measured approach to the restart of services, and the report to our next meeting in paragraph 11.8 about office accommodation is part of that measured response. Regarding paragraph 11.4, where the stated intention is the reopening of the remaining 48 toilet blocks as of Saturday, 1st of August, information which became available yesterday unfortunately means that additional health and safety work is required at 3 of those toilet blocks, St Medons and Blackrocks, Monreath and Stairhaven, and the reopening of those blocks will be delayed unfortunately. I understand that ward members have been advised of that. We recognise that there are cost implications for our council across all of this work, and this report proposes 4 areas of investment with a full detailed finance report at the next meeting as stated in 12.3. And Richard Grieveson is available on Teams to assist members with any questions. Richard, is Richard there? Yes. Anything further you want to say, Richard, before we take members' questions?
Yes, good morning, Leader. Good morning, members. Thank you. Just perhaps very briefly, Leader, just to draw members' attention to 3.6 of the report. My colleagues and I are planning for restart, renewal and recovery, but are doing so on the premise that the declared emergency continues and the changes that we make will require to be flexible in order that we can respond quickly to any emergency threats from COVID, which we have already seen in Dumfries and Galloway, and which may result in further localised restrictions.
I have an indication from Councillor McCammon that she wishes to speak. Councillor McCammon.
To you, Leader.
Jackie, are you wishing to speak? I think you may be on mute.
Sorry, yes, sorry, I couldn't hear anything there. Yeah, thank you, Leader. Just a quick question, Richard. Well, a couple of points in the reopening of public toilets. I think if anyone's watched the weather, there's good weather predicted for tomorrow. So it's likely that beaches and neighbouring towns are going to be well packed, I think. Therefore, would it be a proactive and sensible approach to reopen the public toilets or bring it forward 24 hours to avoid inevitable problems occurring? Is this something that is being considered? And point 2, I think it's 11.4 It states that it is recommended that we reduce opening times on all facilities to no more than 8 hours per day. So can we be a wee bit more specific on that? Does that mean that they're going to be open for 1 hour or 2 hours? Is it site specific or is it across the region? Are they going to be open for a specific time? And will each site have opening times displayed?
Okay, Richard.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor McCann. Yeah, I'm happy to confirm that if the report's approved today, that my colleagues will continue with their pre-opening cleaning and assessment checks as soon as possible, and are happy to reopen the toilets where safe to do so, as I say, as soon as possible, and at the latest on Saturday morning. But if we can do it before, we absolutely will. Yeah, the detail is very much site specific, but again, on a ward basis, I'll speak with my colleagues and make sure that members are updated in terms of the specifics, and that information is advertised as widely as possible.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, reference your letter earlier that you mentioned in your opening remarks. I think the council has got to be careful what message we're putting out there. That's what my letter or email was saying. And when we look at this report under item 5, particularly the local communities, and I had a phone call on Friday evening to do with a picnic area in Ardwell, and I'm sure you are well aware of the area, having travelled it, Chair. But the communities, I want to know what the message is. You know, when you get people coming, they're camping overnight, they're pitching tents, and we have a toilet in Ardwell at the picnic area, but it's not opened as yet, as I believe. But it's the message that we put out there. We're welcoming the businesses open, the shops opening, people getting out and about, keeping to the social distancing and so forth, and the regulations. So I think in terms of the local communities, I think we need for all the authorities, that's the police, the council, the health, we need to get the same message out there, so that if they are concerned, that we can respond to their concerns. Because the response I got was more or less one passing the buck to the other as to who was responsible for perhaps the volume of people, no toilets, so forth and so on. And it ended up being a toilet issue. So I think the message we put out, and maybe direct them to Richard, we need to be clear in terms of the community concerns.
Could I just repeat, it was not my letter, it was a letter from the Public Health Manager. It was not my letter that went out. But you make a good point about the toilets. Now, I presume that Ardwell will be one of the toilets which will reopen this weekend. Richard, can you give some assurance on those issues?
Sure,
and also
no,
about
but
the coordination?
the Ardwell toilets, it's toilets, it's about leisure facilities, it's about music,
Well, that's,
it's about the whole
that's
issue.
the purpose of the report.
What message we're putting out.
Okay, Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Scobie. Certainly in terms of the consistency of message and making sure that all partners are fully informed of the current position, I'll reiterate that at the Local Resilience Partnership meeting on Tuesday of next week, Councillor Scobie. Certainly in terms of public toilet provision, with the exception of the 3 that was mentioned by the Leader in her opening remarks, the rest will be open as of this weekend, and as I've said previously, as soon as possible. In terms of the message, we're obviously governed by the route map and details in relation to that, but obviously we're moving forward as quickly and as promptly as we can, aligned with that route map, but based on the additional information and things that we have to consider, such as staffing resource and any cost implications, and where there are cost implications, that will be the subject of reports back to members prior to opening. But take the point in terms of consistency of message, and we'll take that back to the Resilience Partnership.
Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, just coming back on what Richard said, and the message I got was yes, and I asked about the route map to the 3 bodies that I had written to, and what came back is we seem to be at the mercy of the First Minister in terms of announcements, but then as a An example, the police not having the resources to perhaps deal with the issues as toilets, or rather no toilets open, but campsites open and so forth and so on. So I think, Richard, the message has to go out in terms of that we're all working together.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. And hopefully you can hear me. Unfortunately, the sound seems to have diminished slightly from those speaking in Easterbrook Hall. I don't know if there's maybe some settings that can be adjusted. Yeah, Richard, thank you for this report. There's a huge amount of information in here. And obviously that's, taking a lot of time, and there is guidance coming out regularly, which I really appreciate from our First Minister, and I really appreciate the fact that we're working fluidly with this, and it is an ever-changing situation, this what we're in. So thank you, first of all, for the work on here. I've got two questions, one of which was brought up by one of my colleagues, and that was in this. On page 29, we've got the Response, Renew and Recovery Periodic Step Plan. Within that, there's various statuses, and there's abbreviations, a CE, there's CO, there's MCO. I'm just wondering what those are actually meaning, because there's no explanation as far as I can see. But on my other point, it actually relates to page 7, 7.5. It makes reference that we must maximise the positive impact of initiatives such as Borderlands and the South of Scotland Enterprise. Well, certainly Borderlands we're going to be discussing future, and there is that we're hoping that that's going to actually come to fruition. We don't actually have any set funding coming to the region at the moment regarding that. However, the South of Scotland agency is set up. It is already giving out money. It's a huge boost to our region, but yet we don't seem to have a report on that. So my request really is for future, can we get a full report on the South of Scotland agency? Because clearly we don't want to be in a position where we're repeating what's already being done by the agency, and it would be really useful for members so that we know what the plans are going forward. So that would be my request, please.
But I'll hand over to Richard. He will be able to explain the acronyms. But just to reassure you that the Regional Economic Partnership meets tomorrow, so I'm sure there will be reports going back to Economy and Resources once that's happened. Richard, can you explain the acronyms?
Yes, Leader, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hagman. And members, my apologies. The report follows the same format of the 25th of June Full Council Response, Restart and Recovery report. And the service current status keys are the CE is in relation to services ceased delivery at the point of lockdown. MCE is the most of the service activity ceased since lockdown, with some activity continuing. MCO is the most of the service activity continued since lockdown, but in a different way. And the CO is that the service continued to be delivered at point of lockdown, but in a totally different way. But as I said, that reflects the same report and the status symbols and acronyms in the previous report. But I should have put them in the report again. My apologies. And obviously happy to discuss with colleagues the second point, Councillor Hagman, in terms of the critical part that the Economic Recovery Plan will take in terms of the overall response, restart and recovery plan in terms of COVID-19.
Okay, Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. Good morning. Richard, thank you for the report. It's very comprehensive and a good outline of the wide variety of work we're having to do to support restarting safely and supporting our communities to do that. And maybe just gently observe that I'm not sure we're at the mercy of any particular government where this is concerned. We can't assume that the virus is going to neatly dovetail with our plans. It hasn't gone away, and I'm sure that it will continue to cause us issues. We can plan well, but we can't assume that it will cooperate with us, let's face it. Richard, I wanted to come back to a point that you'd made on the reopening of public conveniences. So clearly, as is set out in the report, we're looking at Saturday. I think certainly it would be welcomed that any public conveniences that are safe and capable of being opened tomorrow do open. I think that would certainly be very useful. Two brief questions on that then. Is any consideration being given to particularly busy visitor areas in terms of trying to get those particular public conveniences open tomorrow instead of Saturday. And in any respect, whichever of those are able to open tomorrow, can local members be advised of that? Because I'm sure I won't be the only member to have received a fair amount of correspondence on the issue over the past couple of weeks. So just, you know, two points of clarity there if you're able to assist with those, Richard, please. Thank you, Leader.
Richard.
Thanks, Leader. Thanks, Councillor Davidson. Yes, is the answer to both questions. Certainly, the discussions I had with colleagues yesterday was on the basis of a focus on you know, high visitor areas, and of course we'll keep ward members updated as we progress things over the next 24 hours.
Councillor Sloan.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering, Chair, which roadmap we're actually supposed to follow. Is it the one from on high, from Nicola, or is it from her lesser in Dumfries and Galloway? The people are confused on who to follow. We seem to be lacking that leadership all over in Dumfries and Galloway. So can somebody tell us who exactly will listen to Miss White, I believe, or Nicola Sturgeon?
Richard?
Thanks, Leader. Thanks, Councillor Sloan. Obviously, in terms of moving forward, we're very much governed by the Scottish National Route Map in terms of the government document. But we are applying, obviously, the local conditions and local thinking and planning in terms of that, and then endeavouring to move forward as quickly as we can to reopening services and activities as soon as possible when the Scottish Government Route Map allows us to do that, Chair. But you know, happy to take further questions.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Leader. I know it's difficult, and I know things move very quickly, and it's a moving feast. And I think the education and the preparations made towards schools going back prove that. When 1 week it was one thing, another week it was another. Then you've got to make up two different systems for perhaps future. But you know, I think some of the language that's coming out everywhere, I think that does cause confusion. I think sometimes it's deliberate, not from the council. But I think the council's got to cope with that kind of language as well when you've got advice, guidelines, legislation, regulations, and where possible, practical advice to do things. And I think that example would be a 2 metre distancing. You know, where in education, it's, from what I can gather, it's going to be changing and it's going to be different. And it is a moving feast, so I think some of the language that's being used. But the one thing in here is, you know, what we're saying is that you know, it's because of the guidelines. Guidelines are guidelines, and it's where practical, and I think that's the important thing to take into consideration when we're doing anything, especially here in Dumfries and Galloway, where we've got such a vast area and things differ from area to area. So it's more of a comment than a question.
Thanks. I don't know if Richard wants to put anything, but certainly it has been a bit of a confusing picture, not least because there's sometimes different messages coming out from different governments, which doesn't help either. Richard, do you want to add anything to that?
I think I'll need to say, Leader, that I think the nature of dealing with an emergency situation like this is that it is quite challenging, and we need to be agile and flexible, as we will continue to have to be in the event that we have future outbreaks. And as you say, I think a further complication for us has been that we have had and we continue to have different guidelines north and south of the border. But obviously we will endeavour to keep moving forward in as best planned a way as we can, and inform members as we go in terms of the decision-making process.
Thanks. Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks very much. I forgot about my question actually.
Your question.
And it was a comment first, but it's about the young people and what's been happening within the council regarding young people and how we are supporting them and how and I think it's a fantastic job that's being done there. I noticed in the report, I think there's up to £50,000 will be required. Is that a one-off £50,000, or because I think the nature of where we've been and where we're going is going to be difficult going ahead. So whether that type of investment can be, for 3 years or something like that, or having a look at it that way, whether that's incorporated in it for a one-off or whether it's continual support.
Okay, Gavin.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Nicholson, it's a one-off just now, but part of the programme that members are agreeing today and the back of the strategic agreement in June was that all services will go through a process of evaluation to determine how, in the aftermath of COVID, they are both arranged, delivered differently and then funded. So the opportunity for members will be to view all services through that lens. At this time, what we say is we need this money now to support the work, the good work that we're doing, but members will have a subsequent chance coming back through committee to evaluate the going forward for the service, whether or not this is enough, more is needed, and where that would come from. So that will come back through a series of reports as set out in the paper. They'll come back before Christmas to members, and I highly anticipate, not prejudging Richard, but youth services will be one of the first, youth and children's services, one of the first that will come back before members for consideration, but we need this money now, so it would be on a non-recurring basis at this point, and then it would be subject to members' consideration, probably in the next round of committee meetings.
Thanks. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. It's an observation more than a question for Richard. Of course, if Richard wants to sort of respond, that'd be fine. But it's just that 4.1 reference to the vision which should be adopted through renewal and recovery. And just to say, I particularly welcome the reference in that vision to a society that is environmentally sustainable. To save me saying roughly the same things repeatedly through today, it's just to say that I very much welcome the repeated reference in reports to the climate emergency and the opportunities that we have as a silver lining in terms of COVID-19. And I think it's something that we all as elected members should be now considering in every report that comes to full council or the service committees, is we should be thinking about the climate change implications. So just to reiterate, I very much welcome the vision that Richard's report has articulated, and I'm pleased to see that this is a direction that has been recognised by the council as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Inglis.
Good morning, Leader, and thank you, Richard, for this report. Just a quick question. You mentioned 2 beaches. In my ward, you mentioned St Maiden's Beach at Monreath and the Black Rocks. The toilet facilities at both these beaches have been out of use for well over a year. And can you give me some assurance that some of the funding that's being made available to open up these facilities will be used to bring both these toilet facilities back into use?
Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Ingalls. We'll be looking, obviously, as I mentioned yesterday, in the information to the ward members, that it would appear that at those sites, as mentioned, that there will be additional works that will be required. So that may well be the subject of a request for additional monies from members, depending on when we get to the position where we know exactly what's required of the work at those sites. But the commitment is, Councillor Ingalls, obviously, to get those facilities back up and in operation as soon as possible.
Yeah, sorry, can I come back in?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, these are 2 really popular beaches in our area, and the concern for me is that we're going to have no toilet facilities there at all, and there's a likelihood of an increase in tourism in the area, you know, and it's really disappointing that we've got to this stage now where we're only just finding out that these toilets are not usable. So if we can treat this with a matter of urgency if possible, please.
Yeah, Gavin.
happy to engage with Richard and Eric's teams on perhaps any alternative arrangements. There are significant structural health and safety issues around the site, so it may well be we need to lose alternatives. But members must remember we're also considering a mass closure of toilets as part of a budgetary process. So I think this commitment to toilets is welcome and help us forward plan. But I give member the assurance that we will consider perhaps the provision of some alternate arrangements ASAP and obviously engage with local ward members.
Councillor McClelland.
Thank you, Leader. Richard, it's in reference to paragraph 3.6, and again, I fully welcome the report and the depth of the detail the reports went into, Richard, but I particularly want to mention paragraph 3.6 and the recent outbreak, the cluster that we had in the Gretna Annan area, and you mentioned agility and flexibility, and really what we went through at that time in this local area and how quickly we put everything in place. I really want to commend you and everyone involved in the council, and all the way through, despite some of these negative comments that we're getting regarding the various restrictions north, south of the border, I really believe as a local authority, you, the team and everyone have done an incredible job, and you really showed in that when that cluster outbreak happened, what we can actually do. And you mentioned agility and flexibility. And again, I'm just passing on my thanks from someone that was really close to this at the time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm sure many of us would agree that that was an example of how things should be done. And I'm sure other areas have learned from the experience as we were the first one with the outbreak. So thanks for that, Councillor McClelland. Councillor Driver.
Yeah, thanks very much, Leader. And I second what Councillor Campbell says about putting the environmental aspects throughout the report and many other reports that we've actually got today. Perhaps not a question, but maybe an ask of Richard. I have seen a sort of large increase in mental health issues with ex-servicemen and women. And I wonder if you and I can maybe have a discussion later on to see how we can support those. I think the services that we have in Dumfries and Galloway through the Veterans Garden and the Forces Charities have fared well, but there may be some issues later on that we can discuss. I wonder if I could have a discussion with you, perhaps not this week, but early next week or something, Richard, on that.
Richard, you able to give that comment?
Happy to do that, Councillor Driver, yes, thank you.
Yeah, Gavin wants him to.
Just before we move on, Leader, it's just to say, members, that obviously reviewing this through the COVID lens, and obviously the Prime Minister has mentioned the risk of a second outbreak. Actually, it's probably just a continuation of the first wave, and we see what's going on across in Europe. But I think, members, that perhaps for the August paper, we'll be bringing forward some more about the concurrent risks. And what I'm thinking about is flu. There's obviously looking towards a mass vaccination programme for flu in October, so obviously bring details to members, and also Brexit, which will hit at the same time, so we could actually be talking about having flu, a COVID outbreak and Brexit at the same time, as well as floods. So again, the next paper probably will expand slightly just beyond the pure COVID to give members a briefing on some of the risks in association with them, and perhaps details on how we'd with partners take forward the flu vaccination programme. I know government's probably going to make an announcement on how far and deep it will extend. We in this council are already in discussion with our health partners about health providing that vaccination programme to our staff, because obviously if they get a bit of the flu, they can't tell the difference between COVID and they'll be out for 14 days. So again, and how we work together for our population. So again, the August paper will give more details. So it's just say this paper will probably expand into a broader paper on risk and concurrent risk around the emergency that Richard is heading just now. So just to give you that update.
Yeah, thanks for that. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought I caught your eye earlier. So just a number of questions relating to the report in particular, and maybe one more of a generic question, but just in regards to the financial pressure. So at paragraph 7.8, Richard, if you don't mind, it refers to the scale of change in response to the COVID-19, and it goes on to say that that we're looking at a capital programme and that might need to be adjusted. I just wonder, when will that come forward? When will we actually see that, is what I was thinking, to get a chance to look at the wider financial implications and how that might affect any future large investments that the council undertake. 11.18, it talks about office accommodation. I wonder if you've got any further update in regards to English Street. I've had a number of queries from elected members saying, can we actually get back into English Street and use that accommodation, just actually use it as the group rooms, even not for committee meetings, stuff like this, but just look for some kind of comfort in regards to getting back in there. Sometimes our devices collapse, and without being able to get back to a council building, it kind of get rebooted, and it makes it very difficult to be able to communicate. So I wonder if you've got any update on that. If not, maybe we could get that later on. 11.25, Richard. It talks about at the end of that, it says, the last question is, the proposal will see community-based low-level mental health support to young people across each ward. So I just wonder where it comes out. What does that actually mean? What's the impact will that have on our younger people? If you could expand on that if possible, and is the Health and Social Care Partnership possibly involved in that, I wonder? And the last point is in regards to, normally we'd have a financial, I know it's normally Paul Garrett that would lead that, but a report on the financial update and the pressures that potentially coming. Is there anything that you can think of that's looming in the horizon that we should be aware of at this moment in time? There's a lot of budgets being agreed and allocations of funds being agreed as we go forward through these reports, but I just wonder if there's anything looming. Thank you. Thanks, Leader.
Thanks, Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Crothers. Certainly, in terms of the financial implications from both, there will be obviously implications from both the revenue and a capital perspective. And I have had discussions with Paul Garrett recently. I think that the plan is to bring an updated paper specific to those implications to the August full council committee in that regard. And there will absolutely be some issues, particularly as members know, we're talking about the potential for the leisure restarting as of as one of the next processes in phase 3. There will absolutely be some revenue implications in terms of that process. We're currently working with colleagues at the moment to identify what they are in terms of a range of different modelling scenarios. And with members' blessing, I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you in terms of visits to your group meetings in advance of the next August full council committee, where there will be very much more detail provided in that regard, with some specific asks and requests of members in terms of leisure. So that is a key issue, and of course any implications on the capital estate will be brought forward to members as part of the reporting process as well. In terms of office accommodation, we're obviously mindful of the route map again and phase 4 and the potential to reopen office accommodation where required as part of phase 4. We're not there yet, but certainly what is critical is that the needs of members are met, and I'm happy to have a conversation with colleague Paul McCulloch in terms of ensuring that is indeed the case if access to certain buildings is required. In terms of the work with young people, I think just to build on Gavin's comments earlier, there will be a more detailed report coming forward in terms of how we build on the very successful services that we've delivered over a prolonged period of time for our young people, but now through a COVID lens, excuse me, and with a focus specifically on mental health issues, which we know have been a critical issue for our young people as part of the COVID-19 pandemic. So happy to provide much more further detail in the forthcoming review of services in that regard.
Can I also just add a bit on the office accommodation, that Councillor Davidson and I have had a discussion with Derek Crichton and Nick and Paul McCulloch, because it's certainly our desire that we should be able to get back into English Street for committee meetings, maybe not for its previous type of occupation, but at least to be able to get in there for committee meetings when the committees start up next month. And it may be, particularly given the response of the public health manager to this meeting, that some of that attendance will have to be remote rather than physical, but I think we do need to get our committee meeting started again, with the potential for people to come in and attend where they can, and we were looking at the ways in which we can ensure that people who are content to participate remotely do so, and people who wish to come in physically are able to do so as well. But certainly that's discussion, and I don't know whether Derek can fill us in a bit more on that, but certainly that was our direction of travel earlier in the week.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, it clearly is important that we make appropriate provision for members while at the same time navigate the route map and the clear guidance, but certainly assure members that the intention is that accommodation in English Street will be open next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Derek and Richard, thank you.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much indeed, Leader. What I was really going to say is that I think it's an incredibly complicated picture, and as members have pointed out, we're in the middle of a changing pandemic. I think it was Councillor McClelland who talked about the issue in Gretna and Cumbria, and how very quickly we swung in with our partners in order to basically trap and catch and hunt down the virus in that particular place. Bearing in mind how quickly things do change, I really think that perhaps we should reinstate the test and trace information session we were going to have, which was stopped just before the Gretna Cumbria outbreak, so that members actually do get a real handle on how quickly and how very quickly we've got to get on top of these issues. I think the Interim Director of Public Health was totally correct in sending a letter round to a partner agency to explain what she felt was a potential danger. Then, absolutely, as you go on and say, it's then up to elected members to decide, make their own decisions as to whether or not they should actually come physically and be together and decide the risk themselves. So, Leader, if we could possibly have that reinstated so that members do actually understand just how important it is to take advice and to act swiftly, I think that would be useful. Thank you.
That's a good point. That had to be suspended because the people involved were involved in the test and tracing for the tracing, testing and tracing for the Gretna Annan outbreak. But it's an important issue. We should need to come back to. Richard, I don't know whether you can give us any assurances when that might be, but we would certainly appreciate that being reinstated.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Maitland. Happy to liaise with Public Health colleagues, Leader, and Council colleagues and get that session reinstated as soon as possible.
Thanks. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. I'm looking at part 5, the whole early analysis thing, and I think it's the tip of the iceberg, the current situation regarding psychological well-being. Elsewhere in papers, I think Lillian's talking about the number of new people that are now becoming aware of, they weren't aware of before, who were vulnerable. So I'm kind of looking at almost like an explosion here. And I think one of the positives that's come out of this so far, I would suggest, is that the joint working between the NHS and the local authority and the third sector partners has been absolutely fantastic. And one thing it's coming across, I was in an IGB chairs meeting yesterday, where we again have actually set the standard because of the better appreciation of the different roles, the responsibilities and the competences it takes to do the jobs. So I think we could build on that. And just for the members' information, there will be a presentation to the next IGB in just over a week's time, or about a week's time, sorry, on CAMS and mental health and psychological well-being, because we need to be very careful and be very clear to separate out acute mental illness from psychological well-being. So I think it's a well done to the team. Richard needs to be passed on for the work that we've done as a council and as part of the response to date. And I actually think we need to get some information as soon as we can on some idea of the numbers we're talking about here in terms of psychological well-being, or lack of well-being, which may be better put it. Thank you.
I guess that's something that our colleagues in the NHS might be able to provide for us.
Councillor James.
Good morning, Leader.
touching on an earlier issue, I'd like to add my congratulations to the Communities Director on his award nominations. He does solid work, and I hope some of his glory will shine on us when he's successful. There's a problem that I've identified for a long time, and you know that I think that this council is governed and administered by the paid staff, or the highly paid staff, the officers and executive. I'm going to try to pick up on them when they make political statements. So this morning I thought that the Chief Executive welcomed the commitment to the toilets against the threat of their closure. Now, I can do that, but I don't think he can. Could I have your opinion on that? Because I think that we're not only are they fully in charge, they're becoming more and more political, and that's a concern of mine. So where's the line, please?
I think the Chief Executive was referring to a budget decision last year where we, as you recall, we looked at the operation of toilets throughout the region and eventually we managed to come forward with a programme of cleaning and so on, which made the savings without having to close any toilets. And I think that's all that the Chief Executive was actually referring to.
It may be that this point wasn't the best example, but I'm worried that they're too often giving us opinion, personal opinion, mood, etc. When really what we want is facts for us to decide.
I did finish the sentence with it allows us to plan properly in response to the member's comment, and certainly I will take my guidance from the Leader of the Council.
Thanks.
Give us your guidance perhaps where the line is between, because my understanding is that we want the facts so that we as the elected members can make the decisions based on those clean facts and not being led, because it may start to take off again today, but in the latest meetings there's been a lot of political extras put in there by the officials, and we don't really need them. We don't need to be led. I think we're already led by them enough.
I think what the Chief Executive has just said is that as officers they are led by the administration. And therefore, okay, there will be some political issues because after all there are two political parties involved in the administration. So therefore, there's bound to be a political spin on what the council does. Otherwise, we're not all here as different individuals. But I don't think this is really a discussion around COVID. Councillor Sloan, is your point actually about COVID?
I'd like to agree with Councillor James for once. What we should do now is hand all the decision making back to the elected members. Not just the toilets. I've got a lot more than that to take care of. Get it handed back to the members.
Okay, anybody else? I don't see anybody else wishing to speak, so are we content to proceed to the Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, just on a very quick point and a very quick statement. There's been mention about environmental impact from a number of councillors within this report. I just wonder what the thoughts were about this descendance of a cavalcade of motors coming to Dumfries and Galloway on this weekend, and what kind of environmental impact assessment should be done on that.
Sorry, I wasn't actually aware that there was a cavalcade of motors coming this weekend, but...
I think that it's an independence one.
Oh, right, okay. That's why I wouldn't know anything about it. Yes. I don't know. I don't really think that's anything officers could answer, particularly since they've just been accused of being political. So I take your point. Okay, so we could proceed to the recommendations, which we are being asked to agree the proposed vision as detailed in section 4.1. Are we agreed? Agree the Dumfries and Galloway Council Restart Renewal and Recovery Action Plan. Okay, is that agreed? Agree the additional expenditure of up to 300,000 to restart the public communities, libraries at registration, arts and museums. Agreed. Up to 50,000 to support the restart of youth work. Agree to receive a further report next council meeting in August. Right, and they agree the arrangements for elected members' oversight and leadership, including the future reporting and further developments of the recovery and service restart programme. Obviously, it's going to be a continued report here. Thanks very much, members. Can we proceed to item 6? Which is the more on restart and recovery, this time on the early and effective intervention of children's services. This report explains that there are increasing costs to the service, primarily due to the agency placements out with our region, kinship care placements and increased demand due to the COVID pandemic. It presents 2 proposals to address this: the employment of 15 additional social work assistants over a 3-year period, building on the successful intensive family support service, and also an increase in funding for our joint working with the third sector, recognising that a number of our partners have changed their delivery arrangements. And Lillian Kringles is available on Teams to assist with members with any questions. Lillian, is there anything you wish to say before we take questions?
Thank you, Leader. Morning, members. Just to observe that at page 22 there is a mistake in one line that says 16. It is actually confirmed, as the leader has articulated, that it's we would be looking to employ 15 social work assistants to assist. So apologies for that mistake, first and foremost. I would just like to also confirm, as Richard indicated, that we are still, particularly in social work services, in the process of respond, and I think that's important that we continue to inform members that we are still meeting a huge demand as a consequence of COVID in social work services, and to confirm that we are working now with young people and their families that we have never had, or our multi-agency partners have never had any contact with before. So it reconfirms some of the information that I've been sharing throughout this pandemic, that we are still not quite at the peak of demand for service for social work. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks, Lillian. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Leader, and thanks, Lillian. I fully welcome this report, and I think the recommendations are completely appropriate, and in fact we've been working towards this for some time. But I think we should record as a council our recognition and thanks to our staff and the teams that support them, of course, because in the face of increasing referrals, the cases, individuals and families, as Lillian said, that previously were unknown to the service, who are now in need of support. Our staff are still out in communities and have been since the start of this, working with people, partners, third sector, volunteers, providing the frontline response 24/7, managing the risk and protecting the most vulnerable. And I think that I don't think we can sort of remember that enough sometimes. So I think I'd like to get that as a council, that we can appreciate and thank our staff on record. The report itself, fully welcome, and obviously it's building on the back of the IFSS work that a lot of people appreciated, staff and families. So over the 3-year programme, I think, would it be appropriate to ask, I think it would be, in terms of maybe updates perhaps 6 monthly or so to Social Work Committee, in terms of how the impact of that 3-year programme is actually taking effect, because there are still pressures that we don't yet know about. But as we transform, it would be, we need to know how well it's working and what we need to do to support its success. Thank you.
Thanks, Lillian.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Thank you, Leader. Yeah, more than happy to provide any information of assurance and monitoring that members would feel that was necessary to give the ongoing update as we progress through this process. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, and I'm sure the vast majority of councillors would echo Councillor Thompson's point about the hard work by staff who've really gone through a very difficult and challenging period, and I'm sure that we would all like you to transmit that to the staff in your department, that we do appreciate the hard work that they've done over this period. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Leader. Having read this report, I am deeply concerned that we're committing ourselves to 3 years of high expenditure. And while I completely, accept the content, I would be much more comfortable if we were to have a phased approach rather than a full commitment. Would that be possible, Lillian?
Lillian.
Thanks, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Wood. I mean, clearly, we've already proven that with I appreciate this is a fairly high investment, but we've already a proven record with the intensive family support service about the significant outcome of that additional resource that we did receive through the poverty funding. What I would say, Councillor Wood, is that this investment, which is significant, I don't underestimate that, but it's actually quite small compared to even the cost of one agency placement for a child that goes through the process of then reaching that very high tariff aspect. So I think in terms of having staff that are established and having staff that are trained, that absolutely can be part of this immediate respond, that we are working with families on an early intervention process, then having that security to allow that staff team to develop. We were absolutely clear that over the 18 months that we had the intensive family support service functioning and members did receive the evaluation. The outcome was really positive in terms of keeping our child protection register under control. We did not use any agency placements during that period of time, which are hugely expensive. So I think we have a proven track record in delivering this service. This was part of our transformation programme, so I absolutely would believe that we need that period of stability and security of that funding to allow us to take this process forward for the longer term benefit of the Council. Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Wood.
You want back in, Councillor?
Yes, if that's okay. If we are to go down this route, then the Council has a large pool for redeployment. I take it you'll be looking at that pool of personnel that we have within the Council to extract the 15 people required.
Lillian?
Absolutely, Councillor Wood, yes.
Thanks. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. I think this was one of the schemes that was sort of coming through the budget process earlier in the year, and it was something that we were, as a group, were quite interested in. It's actually service improvement. I know it's a slight spend, but it may be something that actually achieves keeping our staff, our residents in the area, and it'll be better for the people of Dumfries and Galloway. I think it's one thing that we as a group would like to support and to see this happen. I hear Councillor Wood's point with regard to the staff who are on the deployment pool, but we need the right people in here, and if they aren't in that pool, I hope we can go elsewhere to make sure that we get the right people for this job. Hopefully there is sufficient staff within the pool to achieve this, but if we need to go elsewhere, I think we should have the right people in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. Anything to add, Lillian?
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Hislop. I would say to you that we absolutely believe that we will consider everyone within the redeployment pool, but they have to have the correct skills. That is the starting point for us. We do have a range of staff that have previously worked on the intensive family support team who are still working with the Council in other roles, and we would hope as we open up this opportunity, if members agree with this proposal, that those would be the members of staff that we'd like to bring back in given the effective outcome. I would also just at this point like to share with members that we recently had an application out for our Grow Your Own social workers, and we had 31 applications, and we've struggled to shortly. The application was so positive. So I think what COVID has given us the opportunity is for other members of the Council to come and work with us, and that includes our colleagues in leisure and other aspects of service, and they have found to be part of the social work response to be absolutely a positive experience for them, and that's benefited our service users. So I'm confident we will fill these posts with the right and qualitative candidates that's required. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair. I think Lillian referred to it, that there's been a number of children, young people, families, etc., that may not have been known in the past. Unfortunately, they have been out there, and all that COVID-19 has done has flagged them up. But they've definitely been out there before COVID-19, and in my opinion, COVID has just flagged them up, as I've just said. I think, Lillian again referred to not at the peak of demand. And the unfortunate thing is it's not just in children and families, it's across the board. OTs, people having to wait a considerable time, an inordinate time, to have an assessment for chairlifts and other issues. So I think we've got to seriously look at social work and whether indeed that there is enough financial resources being put into that. We've heard in years continual overspend in social work. So I don't think that the budget that we set this year is going to be anywhere near what we will require in terms of providing a service to the people out there. And we only need to look at kinship and the support service, and I believe that Dumfries has lost that, and that we still are able to maintain that support service. And maybe I asked the question of Lillian in terms of the external support service. Are we able to provide the necessary support for kinship carers by Dumfries losing it and maybe going central? So I think as members, in reference to Councillor James, I think we need to take control of what spending there is, but we need to make sure that there is enough resources in there, and 15 may not be enough. Welcome the 31 that has come forward from Grow Our Own, and I think years ago we were right to do that.
As we will be getting a report on the wider social work issues in August, I believe, Lillian.
Yeah, Leader, I'll certainly be providing an update via Richard's process on social work at that point. If I could just make a point back to Councillor Scobie, thank you for your comments around kinship care and the support that's currently been offered through Citizens Advice. We were not aware that the contract had been awarded to a different body. At this moment in time, I have had no further confirmation of the service that will be provided. However, I have, through Chief Social Work Officers and Social Work Scotland, raised the issue about the fact that this is a central service which will then be required to ensure that the current support provided to our kinship carers continues. And I have been assured that come the end of August, we will get clarity as to how that service will continue for our kinship carers in Dumfries and Galloway. We will continue to offer support through the Kindred Spirit group, which members will be aware of, and we're continuing to engage with them from social work services. But you're absolutely correct that the award of the national contract, taking it away from local Citizens Advice, it will be a concern for us. But at this moment in time, we've had no confirmation or information as to how that will be delivered locally when the new contract commences at the end of September. Thank you, Leader.
Yeah, Councillor Scobie, you went back in.
Yeah, Chair, and I hope that as members we will get a briefing on that as what could be the effect of it moving away from what is a local service for kinship support to one that is centrally based. And I would hope we would get an early briefing, not just an assurance that the service will not diminish or kinship carers will not lose out. It maybe was remiss of me, and it seems to be that on Richard's last report, on all the staff at Dumfries and Galloway, right, to the bin collectors, to everyone, I think we owe them a debt of gratitude the way that they've behaved in COVID, the service that they've provided, and it's across the board. But coming back to it, I would hope that the assurance that Lillian gets, that we get a briefing on it in terms of what the effect could be.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. I think, and you make a good point about staff across the council, that we owe all of them a debt of gratitude for their behaviour and their commitment during the period of COVID. I think the development regarding kinship care support was disappointing. I think it came as a surprise to all of us, and it was disappointing. I'm sure that the Chair and Vice Chair of Social Work Services will also want a report on the development of that to come back to social work. I see Lillian nodding, so I think that will be coming back. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader. This is a hefty chunk of money in times which are really very stretched and strapped. However, like Councillor Hislop suggested, the independent group had also took into account long ago in the budget days in March that it would like to invest in children and families. And so, in essence, I welcome this proposal. However, it doesn't necessarily come without a bit of a sting in the tail. I am pleased to hear that the chairman wants 6 monthly updates, and I would like, please, to have an assurance that in that 6 monthly update, we will immediately, from the very beginning, have an indication of where you might consider it possible to disinvest, which is what you're saying in that report, suggesting that we can invest early intervention, but we may be able to disinvest. Now, I'm wanting to have best value services for children and young people, but that involves continuous improvement, and it might well involve changing things. So could I have an assurance that the very first reports and ongoing reports will actually include how we're going to make changes?
Lillian.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. Thank you, Leader. Absolutely, as I hope I have indicated to members, that our desire has always been to have a minimal amount of young people out with region and agency placements. We want to intervene early with families, with children and young people, to ensure that if we can put early support in, then the need for them to have ongoing services from social work is diminished, and certainly the evaluation of the intensive family support that operated within the region between April 18 and 19 has shown that very few of those families have actually come back and requested further social work service input. So absolutely, Councillor Maitland, we will provide social work service committee with any level of information that covers all aspects of best value and how we continue to move the service forward. This has also been done in conjunction, which has been more challenging during COVID, around our move to signs of safety, which is also about growing families' resilience. It's about making sure that the wider universal services are engaging with our young people, because we all absolutely want to keep our most challenging young people and families safe, secure, but also living within our region with the most relevant support. So happy to give that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dryber.
Thanks very much, Leader. And again, Lillian, thanks very much for the report and the ask in it. And you wouldn't be surprised that I'm actually going to talk about veterans and their families in this particular here, because veterans, of course, do need the support of their families and their children. And it's just to ask, that, like I did with Richard, to potentially have a meeting in the next couple of weeks, or certainly a discussion in the next couple of weeks about how we can support veterans and their families. I think what we've got in Dumfries and Galloway is really good, and I know you fully support what we're trying to do here in Dumfries and Galloway, but it's just really just to see what there is, because there has been some real concerns from veterans, and both male and female veterans, but I would just like to meet with you, because I think we can put something in place that won't cost anything, with the discussions with Poppy Scotland and Royal British Legion I've had recently. But I think anything we can bring in from organisations such as that will support the families as well.
Thanks, Lillian.
Happy to do so, Councillor Dryber. Sorry, Leader. Sorry. Yeah, happy to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Surtees.
Yeah, thank you, Leader, and thanks, Lillian, for this this report. It's I just music to my ears to hear that Grow Your Own is still alive and well, and it is a nationally recognised scheme. So that's incredibly positive. I think most of my questions have been answered, Lillian, so thank you very much for the report and for the work that your staff are doing. I think that the Signs of Safety is a world-known programme. I think it is positive, and I think that the positivity about it is that it concentrates on flexibility and being proactive rather than reactive social work where we're putting out fires all the time. So I do think we've learned a lot from the initial intensive support service programme, and I'm really glad to see that learning has been brought ahead to this one. My question is, one of them is regarding the hours that are required for social workers to work, and I seek reassurance that our lone working policy is still in action, and the safety of staff going out at all hours of the day and night is really important. And also, just to strengthen the supervision of the 15, I know that's going to be intensive, Lillian, as they start work. I know a lot of them are very experienced, but getting the programme off the ground is going to need some quite intense resources as we head towards the programme.
Thank you, Councillor Surtees. Leader, I'll respond if that's okay through you. First and foremost, I want to confirm that obviously we do have a real robust lone working system in place to protect our staff. I think our enhancement of our out of hours service ensures that there is always a senior social worker at a minimum available 24/7 for our staff. So I can give you that assurance that we take that safety absolutely as a first priority for the service. So all of that remains in place, and we have very robust processes and procedures that workers are required to follow when they do go out to work alone, delivering our frontline services. What we evidenced during the trial of the intensive family support, and actually what has been enhanced and made clear through the COVID response, social workers and social work assistants and those working for our service are required 24/7 all hours of the day. We have changed the working pattern for most of social work services and throughout COVID, and we will continue as we respond. We are working on a rotation basis, so we now have social work services available from 8 in the morning till 8 at night. And then we have that enhanced through our out of our service and our access team. So we've grown that service and will continue to do that. So it has been difficult. We have had some workers that are working 15, 16 hours a day throughout this respond. And what we've done as a management team is put some supports in around workers to make sure that they get some time back. And I have been absolutely clear that workers need to take their annual leave and take some time back to recover from what has been an extremely challenging 23 weeks, I think it is now for us, because obviously we started the response pre to the actual lockdown. So been a challenging time, but I think we've got the appropriate wraparound supports for our frontline workers. In terms of supervision, we are clear that the locality managers will take this new service if today members agree to it. Within each locality, there will be an increased requirement for locality managers, senior social workers, team managers to take on that additional support for supervision. And we are absolutely committed to professional development and to supervision being made available to all staff involved in the service. So I can certainly give you that assurance that that is in hand were we to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers.
My point's been covered. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks. Councillor Wilson. Sorry, Councillor Wilson. Okay, I'll take Councillor Ferguson first and see if Councillor Wilson can reconnect.
Good morning, Leader. Morning, Lillian. Thank you for this. I'm kind of viewing this obviously from a supportive position, is that I don't think there's a cost at all. This is an investment, and I'm aware, anybody else who's sat in the social work committee in their time, about the high cost of out-of-region placements. Every youngster who can stay at home or be closer to home, if you take away the money side of it, you know, it's hugely beneficial to the whole family. But I think the question I was going to ask is, you know, when you agreed to bring back some figures and stuff like that, Lillian, I don't think we should stop at the figures for what it would save for that child being out of region. I'm actually more worried and more interested in how much this early intervention will save as they move into adulthood. Now, I know it's difficult to work out exactly what that would be, but I think if we can stop children becoming like almost like on a conveyor belt moving from children's services to adult services and then to older people services, for example, is I think is one of the biggest savings altogether, not just in terms of money, but I'm talking more about the welfare of the person and also the resources that are used up to service that family. Have you any comment on that one?
Thanks, Leader, through yourself. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. We certainly can give projected costs. I mean, we do know the estimated costs of a young person coming into the system at a particular age. So I'm certainly happy to look to see what figures we can provide. We certainly can do that. And I suppose I would anticipate through Social Work Committee that we will come up with a set of statistics and figures, and members will probably quite rightly ask us to change that as we go. So happy to take all suggestions on board in terms of what would give members assurance, but we certainly can do projected costs. They'll never be 100% accurate, but I could say to you, for example, that most out-of-agency placements can cost an average of about £110,000 per year per child. So if you have a child going in at the age of 12, then you could easily project that over a 5 or 6 year period, you're getting then on to £750,000 per child. We currently have, unfortunately, 11 young people. We've gone up from 9 for having to find agency placements as a direct consequence of COVID. Now we will work very hard to bring those young people back, and I'm confident we will do, but that just shows you a very, very early indication that if we don't have the wraparound services in the region, it can escalate fairly quickly. So I'm certainly happy to do that, Councillor Ferguson. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson is back, and then I've also got Councillor McKee, and then after that we'll proceed to the recommendations. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, apologies, Leader, my connection completely dipped there. I think I completely welcome this proposal, and I think that, I do think we need to be a wee bit careful, and I think all members do welcome this proposal, but, I'm very much of the opinion that it can't be with a caveat and it can't be with a drawback, and we can't be talking about, if we can sort of disinvest some of this money in 6 months' time. We need to wholeheartedly commit to it to support our children and young people, particularly those who, are struggling in some way or another anyway, but COVID has made that worse. And, just remember that this proposal, isn't new. It has been worked on with a number of stakeholders right across the region, and we have done this type of service before. We know it works. And I just think that, we need to wholeheartedly support and relay the message to our staff that we have your back to do whatever it takes to support our young people and make sure that there isn't going to be a COVID generation that is affected by the last couple of months and whatever is left to come.
I think that was more of a comment than a question. And lastly, but not least, Councillor McKee.
Thank you, Leader. Good morning, Ms Kringles. How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson hit on the subject, and Adam's just spoken about it as well. I think the members need to know what sort of cost an out-of-region placement is and how long it might last and that sort of thing. And Councillor Wilson did mention ongoing. We're talking about 3 years here, but work doesn't stop at the end of 3 years, and there's no guarantee that we wouldn't need the staff required after that. And I think the council needs to look at how we fund social work and how we continue with it, and realise what's going on out there that we don't see. It's the things that we don't see and don't know about that causes a social work a lot of the problems. So if you could give us a rough idea of what the costs would be, Lillian, please. Thanks, Leader.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Leader. It's difficult to just give you some kind of ballpark figures, Councillor McKee, but I'm certainly happy to provide that in the updated reports as we move forward. But as I've already said, an average kind of placement for one young person would cost in the region of about 110 to 120,000 per year. And for a secure placement, that could be up to 1.2 million per year, depending on the level of need of the young person. It's very variable. And obviously we are also in a position that third sector providers who generally provide the out of region agency placements have a huge demand for them. So you unfortunately are in a competition to secure placements for young people. That can mean that third sector providers can put their own cost on it. What I would say to members is that there's currently some national work going on around the cost of secure placement. There is some national work going on around the cost of agency placements, i.e. residential schools, the cost for our children that are autistic and are in specialist resources. So it's currently at the moment, it's an individual negotiation process with some guidelines through Scots Excel, but we still have a lot of work to do on that, and certainly our agency placement budget is significantly high at the moment. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Can proceed to the recommendations. We're being asked to note 2.1 and to agree 2.2. Is that acceptable? Great. Good. Moving on to item 7, the education restart updated position. Can we first of all agree to remove delegation from the Education and Learning Committee so that we can discuss this? Members agree to that? Good. This report gives us an update and requires decisions on 3 key issues in relation to the return of our pupils to our schools on 11th of August. There is further government advice due today, and I think it's been fairly well trailed in the news this morning. But officers will be discussing that in detail as we finalise our arrangements. The additional funding from the Scottish Government and flexibility in how we are using our 1140 hours and pupil equity fund is welcome, but it is important that we continue to make the case for additional funding to be allocated. Under 3.1.7, the issue of school transport is also key. It features in the HMIE report as a challenge, and we have a further report later on the agenda. The last community planning partnership highlighted the role community transport might play in this area. Continuation of the direct payments for free school meals is strongly supported by the administration to promote families' independence as well as removing stigma. And Gillian Bryson is available on Teams to assist members with any questions. Gillian, do you wish to add anything before we take questions? Susan, actually. It's Susan that's on.
I have. Leader, I do apologise. My computer shut down just at the inappropriate moment, so my apologies for that. But I'm back via phone, and thank you to Susan for holding the fort there for a moment. I have nothing specific to add to the report, Leader, although I think there's a lot that I would like to echo from Lillian's presentation and response to questions in the importance of prioritising the work we're doing together in developing the Children's Services Plan and in the recommendations in terms of the use of staffing, which will also promote the use of signs of safety and early intervention. But I'm happy to take any specific questions.
Thank you, Gillian. I've got Councillor Drysdale.
Yeah, hi Gillian. I'd just like to congratulate you and the teams because it's been a constant moving feast for you all with all the changes. May I just ask the question about school lunches? Quite a lot of constituents have been asking if children will be able to eat out as well as take up the school lunch provision. I think we need to look at this from a community perspective as well, Gillian. I'm sorry to throw this into the mix, but obviously there may be fear within the communities if we have masses of children, appearing at Tesco's, etc. at lunchtimes. It's just, excuse the pun, but food for thought, and I wondered what way you were on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think we have Alan on the call this morning, but we are expecting the First Minister's announcement in around 20 minutes regarding the opening of schools, so once we have that guidance, we will have a much clearer picture as to exactly what we are expected to conform to nationally and what compliance will be required, particularly for school lunches for secondary school pupils, because we do understand that the advice for social distancing in secondary pupils may be slightly different to those in primary schools. So following today, Alan and his team will work with all our secondary head teachers to establish local plans. That may involve senior pupils going out of school for lunch, because again there are concerns regarding the use of our town centres and social distancing and local economic developments, but also making sure that our senior pupils adhere to the social distancing that they are expected to do in the community where they may not require to do in school. So it is a complex picture for our 16 to 18-year-olds, particularly as they work towards and across two sets of rules, but I'm very sure we'll be able to support them in making good judgments.
Sorry, may I come in again? Thank you, Leader. Sorry. Just thank you for that. That really clarifies it, and we'll wait for the government announcement later. And lastly, if you don't mind me asking another question, Leader and Gillian, will the school meal menu be on a limited choice or just as normal? Thank you.
Alan, are you on the call? Are you able to assist on that?
Yes, Gillian, thanks very much. Through yourself, Leader, Councillor Drysdale. Yeah, I think what we're looking at is waiting on the announcement today in case there's any curved balls regarding any element of the catering provision. From that, we're going to be working 16 separate action plans, as Gillian's indicated, with the 16 secondary schools, with the view that will allow, depending on the restrictions within them localised areas, then the intention is to work towards, certainly from the week of the 17th, the normalisation of the menu. What we're looking at the first 3 days and potentially the second week is just a familiarisation, so that we actually just support education in the curriculum and put any hurdles in the way of that part first. But certainly we were prepared for both elements of that based on a localised action plan. So we've got the provision and we've got the products available for a cold provision if that's required for a quick fix. But certainly looking towards moving towards what we see as our new Globetrotter menu as promptly as we can, with support through the whole school approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. And I think the first time we considered educational recovery at the ad hoc subcommittee, I sort of talked about the mammoth task that lies ahead, and I think that's still the case. So, thanks to Gillian and her team and to all the school staff across the region who are continuing to work at such pace. And I think it is quite disappointing that obviously, as a council, we were told that we had to, sort of send kids back earlier than what we would normally have done. And at this point in time, I don't think that additional week to work through the guidance that we don't even have yet and expect very soon, I think that extra week would have helped to make sure we do that correctly, that we have the time to do it properly, but also to instill confidence in learners, in parents, and in all school staff, because that confidence really is key. One thing that hasn't been touched on in the papers, but last week I think the Deputy First Minister made a commitment around the support for learners who are having to self-isolate or who may have to continue to shield, and basically that obviously everything will be done to make sure that those learners are supported. Now I appreciate that a lot of this is down to a sort of school level, but I think that obviously given the circumstances there's need for a sort of regional oversight of that. So I'd appreciate if Gillian would be able to confirm any guidance that's been received by the Council from the Scottish Government on that support for learners who are not in school for COVID reasons, shall we say, and sort of what we can do at a regional level and what we are planning to do at a regional level to make sure that the support is put in place. I think, given what's happening in Spain and actually arguably what's happening in parts of England means that I think that we are in for a bit of a rocky road over the particular next couple of weeks, but obviously the change in guidance over last week means that there will be some pupils who won't be in school on day one because they are still self-isolating after being in Spain. So, if any light you can shed on that would be useful.
Julie?
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Thank you, Leader. The guidance will be comprehensive. I'm assured by the Education Recovery Group that it will cover all aspects of life and school of work, life and work of schools rather, but there will be a focus for children on soft landings, and we know that will look and feel different for many of our children depending on how they're feeling about going back to school. And for some children, they may be shielding for either short-term or longer-term reasons. We've been working with Audrey Lowry and our colleagues in supporting learners to make sure that our attendance policy is updated to take account of COVID and all of our expectations for young people who are shielding, making sure that they've got access to the curriculum, access to devices, access to blended learning support, access to child's plans. So if they are on a short-term quarantine because of their own travel arrangements, at least we are clear as to what the reasons for that quarantine are, and for children who are shielding for clinical reasons, that will be taken through the child's plan arrangements.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Can I come in a follow-up?
Okay.
Sorry, Leader. I appreciate you for that answer, but could you just confirm if we had any guidance from the Scottish Government on that? And secondly, particularly on shielding, I see that Clackmannanshire Council sort of came out and said that because of shielding, they're expecting about a £1.2 million cost to sort of essentially make sure that they can replace a teacher like for like on a short-term basis in the classroom. Are we expecting any major issues as a region with teachers who are shielding? Obviously, I think you have done some really good work in making sure that those teachers can still work from home, and in particular supporting those pupils who themselves are shielding. But in terms of making sure that we have got the teaching capacity in classrooms, do we think that there could be a budget pressure there?
Gillian? Thank you, Leader. We have not made any specific changes to our staffing formula based on shielding, because those teaching staff will be used through our virtual school arrangements and through our blended learning. They will be put to good use in supporting learners across Dumfries and Galloway. So we have not added any additional staff to our complement to cover for any staff who are clinically shielding. But we will use occupational health and we will use our educational psychology staff to make sure that any staff who are shielding have got suitable sufficient management and work to do to support our children and learners. So no, there are no additional staff employed for that purpose, Councillor Wilson.
Okay. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, thank you, Gillian, for this report. I think similar to Richard's report, I just want to thank you and your team, because it's been just a mammoth amount of work for everybody involved in education, keeping our children safe, but also trying to ensure that we have education, a robust system for pupils going back. I've got several points I wanted to raise, if I may. First of all, I just want to thank you for the cashless catering options. I know this is something that primary schools have been asking for previously. So actually, it's great to see that we're actually going to be able to take this forward within our primary schools. And certainly in terms of the update on the school provisions and what's happening in terms of pupils going and using our town centres, I think it would be really useful if those local plans are shared with the local ward members. I know in the past I've been contacted by members of the public with concerns regarding that issue. The second point I wanted to raise was currently at the moment we sign up, and we were actually ahead of the game in terms of providing free sanitary items for young people within our schools. And I was wondering if there was any similar programme being looked at in terms of face masks for young people, because if we have vulnerable young people experiencing poverty, that may not be the priority for the families to purchase face masks for young people. So I was wondering if there was any options being looked at in terms of that. And my final point is a slightly larger one in looking at the IT infrastructure in the paper before us. We've got quite a lot of information on here, but what I'm looking for is some reassurance that we're looking at the best value for money, and that all options have been looked at in terms of the procurement of these processes. I'm reading on page 53, 3.2.3, we currently have a unique opportunity to implement lasting future-proof change, which, yes, we do. However, I'm not sure how we can guarantee future-proofing anything when it comes to IT. And certainly when I'm looking at the engagement, it is actually brought out, and it's specifically put in there that should this progress, we'd be one of the first to adopt these changes, and it would increase a risk. So, I'm just looking for reassurances that we're using all the correct procedures, especially because there's an ongoing cost of 1 million to 1.4 million per year. I'm aware that it mentions quite heavily about our existing contract with Microsoft and how that's been taken forward. But again, have we looked at other providers? For example, Aberdeen use Google. Have we looked at that? And while we already have a contract with Microsoft, that shouldn't deter us from exploring all the options. So I'm just looking for some reassurances from you on that, please.
Gillian. Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Hagman. In terms of the catering, I think that's a very helpful suggestion, and I'm sure Alan will be happy with his team and the head teachers to circulate the local plans to the local ward members. I'm also pleased that you're assured about the cashless catering and the need to promote this at this time. In terms of the provision of face masks, I think that's certainly something I had not explicitly talked to head teachers around, and that's certainly something we can take on board through an anti-poverty lens. If there are additional costs involved in the school day, that's something we've held close and have made sure that we do not add financial barriers to parents to fully participate in schools. So that's certainly something that we can work on. And we have a lot of lessons from the very successful programme that we brought in terms of provision of free sanitary items. Specifically with regard to the IT infrastructure, John and Graham were heavily contributed to the paper that's in front of you today. Graham, are you able to respond to that question, please?
Yes, certainly. Thanks, Leader. The provision of, as the report rightly says, we're trying to leverage as much from our existing Microsoft contract as we can. That provides probably the best value for money, in that as we increase the number of licenses and so on, then we attract larger discounts. We're still in the process of trying to work that out. We've just completed the proof of concept, and we're establishing what types of licenses each type of pupil needs. So there is quite a matrix of cost. As far as consideration of other solutions, we have given some consideration to other solutions, including Google Education. However, the cost associated with that is certainly much higher than we would anticipate using our existing volume licensing agreement. So yes, things have been considered, but I think the best option for the council and for value for money for the council is to leverage our existing volume licensing arrangements.
If I may just come back on that one, I'm just looking for that reassurance that we'll have that full detail within the next report that comes forward, just for members' reassurance that we have that for future. That would be useful, because it's great to hear that you think that it may be better value to continue, but actually it'd be really useful for members to have that in writing to see the exercise that's been done. Thank you.
Okay, Ian, Councillor Crothers.
Thanks very much, Leader. Gillian, my question's more in finance. I'll try not to confuse you, as I quite often confuse myself. So at paragraph 2.5, it talks about look to authorise spend up to 2.253 million, and it refers to paragraph 3.1.12. But before we get to 3.1.12, 3.1.8, and I know there's an announcement, it's pretty imminent if it's not already out, but it talks about the pressures on the council currently is 2.29 million in real costs in that paragraph, but it says the actual costs in regards to our allocation of the £50 million is estimated at 1.375. There's a shortfall, and the end of that paragraph it refers to members have been asked to consider any additional spend over that allocation. So my question is probably then referred to 3.1.12, and that there's two aspects to that. So the 1.375 million is covered. It says we should be able to receive to get that from Scottish Government via the £50 million. But there, I think there's another 878k above that. Refers to cleaning, previously advised transport, mainstream transport, additional sporting needs, and cashless catering. If you add them up, I think it looks like we'll receive that funding from a second tranche of 50 million. Maybe that's part of the announcement further today, or have we got any update in regards to that? But in regards to the real term cost, it seems to be so about 2.25 million, but actually we're looking to allocate 1.375. Will that have any negative impacts on Dumfries and Galloway Council in regards to receiving funds from Scottish Government?
Gillian. Thank you, Leader. I think there's been quite a lot of discourse around the purpose and the ambition of both ourselves as a council and Scottish Government in making sure we've got the right staff on the ground when pupils return. So there was an ambition to employ all probationary teachers, and then that was extended to recently qualified teachers to make sure we complied with good HR practice and make sure there was competitive recruitment processes. So in 3.1.8, what I've tried to set out here is that we expect 3.17 million. I think actually the settlement distribution group met yesterday, and I think that is around 1.4. We got slightly more than I had anticipated in the paper. So we expect to receive 1.4 million from the Scottish Government with regards to teaching and non-teaching staff. We would be anticipating that we would spend around 2/3 of that on teaching staff and 1/3 on support staff. That also means that what will go some way in meeting the Scottish Government's ambition to employ all probationary teachers. And as you can see from 3.1.8, we have around 46 probationary teachers who were looking for jobs at the end of June. Now that will change, and it may well be that a number of these teachers have already received contracts either within Dumfries and Galloway or elsewhere. So the ask of members was to look at the 1.37 million that we expected to receive, but also informing members that if all probationary teachers that were hoping for jobs on a full-time basis for a full year, that would cost in the region of 2.29 million. So it's around managing expectations for that potential workforce. Susan, have I forgotten anything? Is there anything you would like to add to that to make it slightly clearer for members?
Thank you, Gillian. No, I don't think so. I think the key is that this funding from Scottish Government is to address need, and I think that's the point you were making at the beginning of what you said in terms of working closely with Stephen Morgan in social work and his team in order to make sure that we identify that need. Splitting the money 2/3 and 1/3 will allow us to make sure we're catering for all the different types and levels of need. And I think what it's important to say is that if we, it's sort of chicken and egg a wee bit, isn't it? We don't yet know the detail of the need, but if we prioritise the government funding, it may be that we are in a position to offer posts to all of the newly qualified teachers, but not necessarily on a full-time basis. And again, that would be needs driven. So I think it's important to say that if we were to make them all full-time, that the costings would be as set out in the paper, and there would be that shortfall that Councillor Crothers is referring to. However, it may be that the needs analysis will mean that employing the teaching staff that are available to us on a part-time basis will meet that need and allow it to be more localised. So again, that work will need to happen, and it will need to progress as term starts and as we're able to see what those needs are for the young people.
Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. No, thanks very much. That's answered it very well. In regards to the other part of the question was around about the 878, I think it is, Kay, I think we expect to recover that as well from Scottish Government. Would that be the case? Just clarification.
I could maybe take that, Gillian, if that's a help. I have actually just this morning received papers for an ADES meeting tomorrow, and I can confirm that the government are now starting to come forward with what the makeup of that additional funding to help cover things like cleaning and extra bins and all of the things that we're currently working on putting in place, including PPE. So I don't have that detail yet, but there is an indication that we will receive some further funding, and I would hope to be able to bring that back to future committee.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Leader. In relation to the holiday food programme, our findings are that it's provided positive findings in relation to all the options our council offered. I believe there was an option to take cash instead of food, and that option was quite popular. And I think it'd be fair to say that intuitively most residents think that, well, that must be a bad idea. Surely a food voucher would be a better option. Are they wrong?
You see, this was a decision taken by the ad hoc subcommittee some time ago, but do you wish to respond, Gillian?
No, I'm quite content that the decision we took by the ad hoc committee was under best advice from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation in emergency circumstances, and is now, as we prepare for restart, that we are going back to more familiar policy provision, and but we will learn from what we did over the holiday hunger programme, and that will help us in future holiday periods.
Okay, Councillor Lever.
Thanks, Leader. This has been an incredible period for education. Not in hospital from starting with the seed closure of all our schools on the 23rd of March. We've had to adapt to delivering home education, maintaining the learning hubs for the children of essential workers and others, and then moving on to the blended plan for returning to education. And no sooner they submitted and approved it, we moved to the full-time return to education. So I think we really do need to thank all the staff right across the council for their sterling effort in terms of achieving this. But return to school is only the start of the process, really. We still face major problems. I saw a report recently which stated that the closures since the 23rd of March has put closing the attainment gap back about 10 years. So, we do face major challenges, and I think we need to be aware of that.
Okay, the sound quality there wasn't great, but I don't know whether you caught that, Gillian.
Yes, thank you, Leader. I think, Chair, that it's a worry for all of us in returning, and we do know that as we return, that any projected economic downturn, either through or following COVID, will hit certain parts of our communities hard. And so we will have to keep at the forefront of our thinking that our core business to reduce the poverty-related attainment gap and continue to focus on that, either any learning losses that have occurred through the closure and from this point on. But I'm confident we have, as you highlighted, we have strong staff, we have strong schools, we have good partnership working across with health and social work, police and other colleagues in the third sector, and we'll all pull together as we have done over the last 20 weeks to make sure we continue to support children.
Thank you. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. Gillian, you and your staff are to be warmly complimented on the mammoth task you're carrying out. You have achieved miracles over the last few months. My question is in relation to transport. What arrangements are in place to ensure compliance with the guidance on face covering?
Gillian.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor McComb. The advice is still, we actually have seen some draft advice. I know it was circulated to Douglas yesterday, so although I myself haven't seen the advice from an educational perspective, we are expecting two forms of guidance for those pupils who are travelling on school buses. So school buses, if you are on a school bus, that should be considered an extension to the school estate, and therefore no face coverings are required. Whereas for pupils who are on public transport, then you would expect them to comply with the public guidance on public transport, which does include face coverings. So part of the request to members in the exempted paper, and also referred to in today's paper, is a duplication of the routes so that we can allow pupils who are normally travelling on public transport to have those additional routes to try and ensure that pupils get a seat on the bus. What we could not control were how many people would already be on a public service bus, and that we needed to make sure we could guarantee eligible children that they had a seat on school transport, and that is why that request for additional funding came in to members and through the Chief Executive to allow us to procure those routes in good time to ensure children had transport to school.
You're on mute, Councillor McComb.
Is that better?
It is.
Gillian, how do we ensure that pupils on public transport wear face coverings?
If they are on public transport, that they are a member of the public and that they would have to comply with the driver's request. Clearly, we have a school transport policy, and that those rules, if you like, they detail any concerns that drivers would have on the behaviour of children on buses, and those concerns would first and foremost be raised with the individual youngsters, but then also would be raised with the school, so that if they are eligible for transport, then we would make sure that these routes will be considered as school buses. If they are using the bus on a personal basis, then that would be a normal arrangement that they would have to do what they were told by the driver.
I take it we will not have a situation where drivers drop pupils off in the middle of the countryside.
We will make sure that we have very clear procedures. I know that school transport has been an anxiety for parents across the board through as we plan towards the restart for school. So Susan and I will work with Douglas to make sure that all pupils, whether they are using the bus on an entitlement basis or whether they normally use the bus, then that they are clear as to what to do, because a number of our pupils do use buses, not in terms of school transport, but they would pay a service fare because they're not eligible for school transport. So that's a good point. We need to make sure pupils know what to do and make sure they take their face coverings with them.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Surtees and Councillor Johnston, and then after that we'll proceed to the recommendations. Councillor Surtees.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks, Gillian, and thanks for your flexibility and availability through this time. You've been really responsive, and thanks to your team as well. Sorry if I've missed something, but I just want to clarify something about the cleaning costs. I know there's already a budget for deep cleaning during the summer months, and I wondered if the cost on page 52 was included that, or is that extra to that?
Gillian?
Thanks, Susan. Can I ask you to I know you and Alan have been working closely in the detail of this. Can I ask you to respond, please?
Alan might be better placed to give the detail, but my understanding of the costs in the paper, Councillor Surtees, is that this is the additional cleaning for the term time up until October, and any additional cleaning at additional levels that would then meet the COVID requirements. However, I'll ask Alan maybe to give us a bit more detail on that.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. Councillor Surtees. Yeah, I think the cost that's on page 52 basically are COVID-related costs, additional to. What's inclusive of them costs and up to that October is also some of the restart essential items, so sanitizer, etc., wipes as well. So approximately 240 of that 1,000 is dedicated to additional time, moving the workforce from an end of day cleaning model to a daytime cleaning model, and then covering additional time in there in each and every school. In addition to that, as highlighted in the paper, there's got to be additional costs associated with mobile cleaning teams that will support any gaps within that cleaning model and any COVID-related instances within schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Leader. It was just a bit of clarity about something that Gillian mentioned about item 3.1.8. It was clarity over them because we've got a few unemployed teachers in the region, and I just wondered if when she mentioned there was going to be a competitive recruitment process. Is it going to be open to these people to apply for these posts, or is the way forward that you're prioritising probationer teachers? Just a wee bit of clarity about how competitive the process is going to be.
Gillian.
Thank you. I think it's a very important point that we have to ensure we have fair and transparent recruitment practices. So although that there are clearly ambitions to make sure that we support young teachers and that we enhance our workforce with suitably qualified staff, we have to balance out the ambition to employ all probationers with the compliance with good HR practice. So we will ensure that all recently and newly qualified teachers have an opportunity to apply for those posts. I had 3 or 4 emails this morning from recently qualified teachers who are asking around the processes for that, and we've already worked with all of our probationers for last year. So these posts will be available for newly and recently qualified staff to apply for, and indeed for those people who are looking to come back or on part-time contracts if they wish to extend. Most of those staff are already on our supply list. So it is, as Susan highlighted, it's difficult at this precise moment to exactly quantify the need and where, but we will need to ensure that we get the best staff to meet children's needs and that we also follow good, transparent and fair recruitment practice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. We'll go now to the recommendations, and we're being asked to agree to 1, 3, 4 and 5 and to support 2. Are we content to do so? Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, quite content to do that. I was wondering, I know we haven't got the detail of the announcement yet, but I wonder if Gillian or that could possibly send emails to the councillors to find out if it has any effect in the direction we're taking just now, and it might be useful to have a potted version of that sent out to councillors in the areas it might have an impact on.
Would that be possible, Gillian?
Yes, I will do that right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you. We'll proceed then, therefore, to agenda item 8. It's the update on economic recovery. And first of all, can we agree to remove the delegation from the Economy and Resources Committee so that we can discuss it? We agree to do that. The impact of COVID-19 on our local economy is obviously extremely serious and presents a considerable challenge for the new South of Scotland Enterprise Agency as well as ourselves. Section 3 proposes several work streams, and it's important that we continue to recognise the contribution of the third sector in progressing these. Steve Rogers is available on Teams to assist members with any questions. Steve, is there anything you wish to add before members ask questions?
Good morning, Leader. Good morning, members. Nothing to add to the report, thank you.
Can we have Councillor Marshall, please?
Thanks, Leader. It was just a quick question with regards to 3.3.3. It states that Dumfries and Galloway are one of the lowest, with I think it's 70% with regard to the self-employed income. Support scheme. I just wanted a little bit more information as to why we think that is the case.
Steve.
Yes, Leader, thank you. This information relates to the take-up rates on the UK government scheme that's administered through HMRC. So these are all figures that came to us from HMRC. In terms of why that might be the case, there's no clear reason or explanation that can be attached to that, although it is noticeable that most of the low take-up areas tend to be the rural locations in Scotland. So it's probably just a matter of speculation as to why that may be the case. This scheme was supposed to operate on almost an automatic entitlement basis, so it is quite surprising that there is those lower levels of take-up. Thank you, Leader.
Can I just come back?
Sure.
Leader? It was just maybe there's a potential to try and establish from HMRC why that figure is low, and any other information would be appreciated.
Yes, Leader. Through you, we're certainly happy to do that, and also to see if that pattern is also replicated in other parts of the UK as well, to try to help explain why that low take-up might be prevalent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Leader, and thank you to the staff in economic development who have been really responsive, and particularly in supporting our town centre and high street businesses. It's quite I'm personally quite surprised that there's a number of businesses that have chosen to remain closed at this time because they feel that that's the best thing to do, or if they are open, that their service is remarkably different to what is being provided at the moment. And it does appear that there are a number of businesses in the tourism and hospitality sector in particular who are already thinking about how they can maybe try and extend their opening hours. Some businesses that would traditionally close in the October holiday time, once that holiday is over, think about actually maybe extending their offering so that they can sort of retain that business and make up for lost time over Easter. I wondered if economic development have given any thought about how we can support these businesses. I think it's important to remember that a lot of these businesses, and indeed a lot of businesses in general, will traditionally receive advice and support from their accountants or from their banks, and asking us as a council, or indeed the enterprise agency, in many occasions wouldn't even have came across to them as something to do. And I wondered if we can start to think about how we can support these businesses. I don't think there'll be a huge number of them, but particularly to let them know that we can be there to support them with advice if they are looking to slightly change their offering and remain open for a wee bit longer to try and just make up for those losses that they had at the beginning of their peak season.
Steve?
Yes, thank you, Leader. Certainly, we continue to provide help and advice through our business helpline, which is continuing to operate, and also through the information that we're providing within the Business Restart Hub, which is the kind of one-stop shop that we set up on our website. In addition to that, as Councillor Wilson has mentioned, there's the work that we have been undertaking within the town centres, where we've been able to speak directly to individual businesses, particularly some of those in the hospitality sector. And one of the initiatives that we're taking at the moment is about sharing best practice within the hospitality sector. So some businesses seem to have got it right in terms of the adaptations that they've put in place within their premises to allow them to trade safely. So we're encouraging them to share their experience, and so that other businesses can also adapt their own offer accordingly. I think the other dimension to this is recognition that is coming through from national government about the issues facing particularly the kind of tourism and hospitality sector, which are recognised in the announcements just yesterday about a further support package for some of the hotel operators, and also a further support package that we understand is to be delivered through Visit Scotland, which is targeted at the self-catering sector. So there continues to be a flow of new schemes and initiatives coming from government as well. I think also things like the support for the Eat Out to Help scheme. Again, that's something that we are promoting locally to all of our hospitality businesses. It was quite surprising how many of them were unaware of that scheme and the benefits that could have in terms of them trying to rebuild their trade. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. Just wish to record my thanks to Steve and his team, and also the wider team of staff who were seconded to assist with the emergency response in the first instance, and then to the wider restart and recovery. I think it has been much appreciated across the piece, and I know that members have appreciated the detail and quality of information, and the regularity with which that was updated as well. which I think has been much appreciated across the piece. Thank you, Stephen, and thank you to your team. Of course, there was also an additional important piece of work as regards strategic partnership working, which is referred to in the report at 3.5.14 and 3.5.15, if I've got those correct. And it was with regard to that particularly, and also looking at recommendation 2.4 in terms of the reports that will come forward to Economy and Resources Committee in September. Clearly, the strategic partnerships are going to be very important. We've already had some discussion over the importance of the relationship between this council and South of Scotland Enterprise, and particularly the Regional Economic Partnership, the first meeting of which is on Friday. And that will obviously be an important piece of work, both for us and for the agency, and for the region's economy, right, in the months to come. But we also have, for example, the relatively new partnership between this council and Mid and East Antrim through the North Channel Partnership. And of course, progress with that to an extent had to be delayed because of COVID-19 and the requirement that we focus on other matters. But clearly there is interest on both sides of the North Channel in seeing that grow and develop at pace, I think. So my question to Steve, I think, is more in terms of seeking reassurance. I'm sure that he's already thinking along these lines, but to ask that as part of the reporting we get outlined in paragraph 2.4, that we get updates to the Economy and Resources Committee, both on the development of the Regional Economic Partnership and the Regional Economic Strategy, and also on the North Channel Partnership as that starts to take shape. Please. Thank you, Linda.
Steve?
Yes, thank you, Leader, and thank you to also to Councillor Davidson for those comments at the beginning there about the efforts of the staff, and I'll certainly pass those thanks on to all of the staff that have been involved, particularly in the initial response to the economic impact of COVID. In terms of the future reporting of the work of the strategic partnerships, we certainly anticipate bringing that to future meetings of the Economy and Resources Committee as part of our overall performance reporting around the delivery of the 7 action plans that we're proposing. So it would then fall to Economy and Resources to oversee effectively the delivery of those 7 action plans. And as Councillor Davidson has said, the strategic partnerships action plan is going to be particularly important. I think the scale of the challenge that we're now going to face over the next months and years is significantly more than any one organisation working alone could cope with. And it's going to be really important that we ensure that our regional and local partners are fully engaged and supporting economic recovery also. Thank you, Leader.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you, sorry, just in regards to the paragraph in particular has been referred to in recommendation 2.4. Could you just point that one out? I don't know if that's a typo or not. I don't see it in the paper.
Sorry. This is, I don't know, it wasn't me that referenced it. Rob, can you, maybe, Councillor Carruthers asked which paragraph you're referring to?
It's 3.5.16, I think maybe a typo, is it?
Yeah, so I think, Leader, if I may, the reference was to the recommendation 2.4 in respect of the detailed action plans, but also the reference was also to paragraph 3.5.14, which refers to the strategic partnerships work stream.
Yeah, so it should be 3.5.14, not 3.5.16. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's actually a recommendation, so it should be 3.5.14. Okay, Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Leader. When I read the report, I couldn't help thinking of what's happened to the Annan Solutions team. When over 500 people lost their jobs at Penny's, we set up a task force to regenerate and recover Annan. It was just getting some resources before COVID, but it's disappeared now. One of the employees has left Dumfries and Galloway Council, and another one has been reassigned to other general duties within the council. I think it's really important now that the news has come through that the jobs which were expected to be in the new in the Pennies, the jobs which were planned for there, they won't happen for at least a year now. So I think it's more important than ever that we have a focus on this regeneration project. So I'd like to ask what's going to happen about the Annan Solution teams and do they finish the job which we started there.
Steve.
Yes, Leader, thank you. Certainly, I can confirm that the work of the Annan Solutions team has not concluded. It is continuing. We have been in some discussion with South of Scotland Enterprise about the prospect of extending the funding, but as in the interim period, we have found a way to extend the project through to the end of September based on our existing resources. In terms of the staffing group within that team, then yes, one or two of them have found other employment and have moved on, and that sort of staff turnover does happen. In terms of the short-term redeployment of staff effort, that really forms part of our approach to getting some focus on supporting businesses within town centres. So staff that have previously been involved with that work on the Annan Solutions team, because of their background and knowledge of businesses within that area, have been assisting with that work, particularly within Annan Town Centre. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Okay, I have Councillor Scobie.
Can I come back?
Sorry, do you want back? Councillor Brodie, come back.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody left in the team is there anybody left in the team at the moment? I think there may be some admin support, but I don't think there's anybody else.
Okay, Steve.
Yes, I mean, the staffing situation, as you say, is fluid, but we are still covering those issues, and we are importantly still engaging with the business, the company, the Russian business that bought the Pennies factory. So we are still engaging with them about their future plans to invest, although those plans have currently been put on ice, as you're aware. They have provided reassurances that they remain fully committed to investing in Annan, and they are simply waiting for the UK market to come back so that they can ensure that the investment that they put in is properly configured to meet the future demands from the food sector that they supply. Thank you, Leader.
Yeah, thank you. It's also the case that the plans did not proceed at the pace that they originally described to us. That we would have seen people beginning to go back into the factory in September. So unfortunately, I don't think it's just about COVID. It does seem to be delayed more generally. I've actually now got Councillor Scobie and Councillor Dempster, and then after that we'll go to the recommendations. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm looking at 3.4.1, and I'm reading here that the UK and Scottish governments have set out an unprecedented package of measures to support businesses through the period of disruption caused by COVID-19. I'm looking at this and thinking, what is B&B's, bed and breakfast and self-catering establishment? And I know that Steve has just announced, and I read it on an email from SOSET, that there's been a further fund open for self-catering. But it seems to me that bed and breakfast not only has slipped through the net, but they fell into a great big hole. So they have, in terms of the equity that was provided. Now, Sean spoke earlier about self-employed, and then Steve replied that there was an automatic entitlement. Well, I just wonder where bed and breakfast people fall into that category and may not have received a self-employed payment. And I know that there was a process of sharing information between the Council and South of Scotland Enterprise in terms of trying to point applications to the appropriate fund. But it seems that some of our bed and breakfasts, I've said, and self-catering have fallen into a great big hole in terms of what they were entitled to, and indeed that they were subjected to a means test when other businesses throughout COVID were not. And I just wondered, in terms of Steve, what representation, if any, the Council has made or will make in terms of this inequity and the way that bed and breakfast proprietors and self-catering establishments have been treated. I have raised it with the ministers and looking for our MSPs to be doing some work in this. But I asked the question if the Council has made any representation on the way that bed and breakfast and self-catering establishments have been treated. My other point, and Chair, if I could come back and maybe get an answer to that one just now, if I come back on another point. You want to take them both together?
Do you want to take that one first? See, I should just, there must have been a problem with my connection. A whole load of other people have appeared and wanting to speak, so we won't be going to the recommendations after Councillor Dempster. So, Steve, could you respond to Councillor Scobie's first point?
Leader, yes, thank you. With regard to the B&B scheme, or the B&B Hardship Fund, to give it its full title, that we were administering on behalf of the Scottish Government, members will see from the figures, the kind of final outturn figures that are contained in the report, that the take-up on that was very low, and we did indeed feedback a number of comments and views about that scheme being too restrictive, and some of the criteria and some of the requirements were in our view too restrictive, and we certainly fed that back through the national working group. There are still schemes that Scottish Government are developing, and further announcements are expected over the coming weeks. So it remains to be seen to the extent to which those schemes may address some of the gaps. I think inevitably, in any attempt to try to provide support to businesses in the universal way that government has attempted to, there will be gaps, and we've seen a number of those starting to get picked up with very sector-specific schemes that have been announced. And as I said earlier in the meeting, that is continuing with that announcement about the self-catering support that's going to come through Visit Scotland. So it could be that there are further schemes that develop or emerge over the coming weeks. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. And Councillor Scobie had a second question.
Chair, just to come back on that point, and I don't think there were gaps in it. As I say, I think the bed and breakfast fell into a great big hole, and I would hope that when we do come to the recommendations, that we would make representation on behalf of the bed and breakfast proprietors, because they seem to have been treated differently from other businesses, and that we would highlight that to the Scottish Government. It's just on and to support what Rob was saying in terms of the North Channel Partnership, and I see in 3.72, then we have made application for Freeport Consul status at the ports of Cairnryan. There is a further report on the borderlands, but I would hope we recognise both the A77 and the A75 as crucial for the whole economy of the southwest of Scotland, and in particular Dumfries and Galloway region. both in terms of the UK markets and Central Belt Scottish markets, that we need both these roads upgraded to dual carriageway standards, and I hope that Freeport status may bring about the improvement to both these, the A75 and the A77, and there's further reports on borderlands. My last point would be, Chair, and I know Richard Brodie spoke of Annan and Pinnies. We've got a similar situation in Stranraer where we feel that the George Hotel has been completely forgotten about and maybe left maybe to fall in on itself, and maybe that would solve the whole problem. But perhaps Steve could let us know what's happening there.
Hey, Steve.
Chair, yes, Leader, thank you. That certainly formed part of the report that we bring to Economy and Resources in September, but certainly in the context of looking at future capital schemes and the need to review our capital programme and capital investments, that scheme still features within the thinking, and within it will form part of the action plan that comes forward in September. Thank you, Leader.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. Unfortunately, Councillor Scobie has rattled my cage this morning. I'm sure most members will be aware the A76 exists. It helps support one of the biggest independent employers in all of Dumfries and Galloway. There's something like 550 employees in one of the big areas of deprivation, and the A76 is absolutely key to them getting their goods to market. So I wouldn't want us, I have no reason to not want to see the A75 and the A77 upgraded, but we shouldn't forget that there are other important arterial routes that support major businesses in Dumfries and Galloway. I did want to welcome this report, and I think it's the same as every other director that's reported so far. I think they've done a great job in particularly difficult times, and I'd want to place that in record. And I just simply want to mention, Leader, the recommendation 2.3, which talks about local recovery plans. It's something I've been looking forward to seeing for a while, and especially for 3.5.4, the paragraph where it talks about an opportunity to change the focus and put emphasis on community resilience and wealth building, and a shift in public policy which reflects the need to rebalance away from city and region focus more to a decentralised model. I welcome that. Steve and Lorna done a tremendous job in this report, and I look forward to seeing further reports and a bit of work done to work with as many businesses in this region as we can to make sure that we get the support that they deserve. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you.
I'm glad Councillor Dempster's cage has been rattled, and maybe hear more of the 76 then.
Councillor Dempster, I think actually the comments about the A75, A76 were particularly in relationship to the Freeport consultation on Cairn Ryan, which doesn't really involve, it doesn't actually, it's specific to a particular application rather than a hierarchy of trunk roads within the region. Councillor Steve, do you have anything to add to Jim's remarks? No, I'll go on to Pauline, Councillor Drysdale.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leader. Thank you, Steve. Could I just put it on record that I too would like to thank yourselves, the business team, and in particular Mark Geddes for his help with all the cases that we've had to handle over the last few months. They were all promptly dealt with. Thank you. However, my points refer to 3.2.1 and 3.2.5, Steve. With regards to the all-important case of important economic recovery, I understand the moving dynamics and limitations set by the Scottish Government and the occasional mixed messages. Despite this, we must congratulate a number of our privately owned tourism businesses for getting up and running so quickly and efficiently and safely again to provide a valuable service for our tourists, all of whom we really desperately need at the moment in the region. However, I have to express my disappointment and that of our locals and visitors alike, in that some of our council-run tourist attractions, libraries and museums are taking a bit too long to open, despite the intervention and investment in the Restart programme. Whilst I understand logistics regarding redeployment and cleaning, it's not desperately hard to implement social distancing, hand washing in galleries and museums. However, due to the delays, we're currently using huge amounts of income and valuable revenue as well as goodwill. I'd really appreciate your assurance, Steve, that we'll see the reopening of the crucial income generating Kirkcudbright galleries and other such important council tourist attractions across the area within the next week or two, as this would safeguard and protect our important tourism industry going forward, bearing in mind that the date given by the Scottish Government was way back on the 15th of July. Thanks very much. Thank you, Leader.
Okay, Steve, I don't know whether you can answer that, as it's really more on the community side, but and I don't know whether Derek can say anything else. It might be better to pass it over to Derek, as it's a communities issue.
Yep, thank you, Leader. Just to reassure the members, as we dealt with in the earlier report, it's crucial that we do speedily move back to those services and those facilities, and we've touched on public toilets earlier. Clearly, museums and galleries will be more complex, and therefore we need to ensure that we follow the guidance and keep our staff and customers safe. But as the Chief Executive said earlier, there will be a communication at a ward level with all ward members in the coming days to ensure that you all feel fully briefed and aware of what's happening, which is clearly important to ensure that you and the wider public are fully briefed on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Leader.
Okay, Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. I would like to refer to paragraph 3.3.7, which the report speaks on the economic downturn and the unequal effect of that. And in particular, what concerns me is the impact on our young people. And if we recall the 10,000 Voices report, it's recognised that we do have a problem in terms of keeping our talented young people in the region. I'm just wondering what consideration has been given to what the council can do to ensure that we support businesses to provide perhaps apprenticeships for young people. And as I've been in discussions with Dumfries College, the university campus, it's just to get an idea, Steve, of your thinking on this, because I think this is a generational issue that we have here. And as a council, I think we need a clear strategy in what we can do, both to support our businesses, but also to support our young people, because they are the ones who are going to be affected, in a much longer term than any of us in this council at the moment.
Steve.
Yes, thank you, Leader, and thank you, Councillor Campbell. As you say, there is anticipated to be a significant impact on some of our young people, and I think this has been recognised in the work that's being carried out at the moment, both locally and also nationally. So through the local employability partnership, we have been working with our partners, including Skills Development Scotland and the Department for Work and Pensions, colleges, third sector, and also private sector, in terms of developing further our local youth guarantee, which applies to senior phase pupils and school leavers, with a view to extending that further. We're also engaged at a national level in terms of the work that's being done as a result of the government's announcement a couple of weeks ago about the additional £100 million funding that's being committed to help with labour market responses to the economic crisis, and in particular the announcement around a job guarantee for young people. At least half of which has been specifically earmarked for young people. So there is work going on to develop an implementation plan for that young person's job guarantee scheme, and ourselves, as well as other partners, are involved in developing the detail of that, and we'll be bringing back further details of that to Economy and Resources as part of that skills and employability work programme. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks, Steve. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCannon.
Hi, thank you, Leader. My question, I'll keep them very brief now. My question is more towards the town ambassador role. I was quite surprised to see that it's not actually mentioned in the report unless I've missed something. But I would imagine that this is one of the council's direct links to local businesses. However, over in Wigtonshire, certainly there's been a bit of uncertainty of the role, so it's not really been outlined what a town ambassador's role actually is. So, for example, what I mean is, what are they asking when they're visiting businesses? Are they given advice? If so, what advice are they given? And two, the feedback they are receiving from businesses, how is this being collated, and what are they used for? Where would they be used?
Steve.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, and certainly some more of the detail of that is contained in the town centre restart plan, which has been previously circulated, but we can send a link round again to that. But in terms of the role of the town centre ambassadors, this is something which is developing and evolving. We've certainly worked very closely with third sector to assist us with recruiting volunteers locally to carry out that role. And essentially they are there to support our town centre task teams, which are redeployed staff from a number of different services who are engaging, as you say, with local businesses and trying to provide help, advice and assistance around, particularly around safe trading and helping them through the restart process. But also part of that role is around engaging with local communities, engaging with ward members. So all members should be receiving weekly updates from the town centre task teams, just advising them of the activities that are being carried out on a week-to-week basis within each of the town centres. And that includes the work of the town centre ambassadors. So I'll ask for the next round of member updates to include a copy of the role description for town centre ambassadors, so that members are all fully informed of what the expectation is from that role. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks,
okay,
Steve.
Thanks.
Jackie?
Yeah, it was just clarification on my second question, actually. The feedback that we are getting, or the council is getting from businesses, is that being used in any way? Is there a report going to be a result of that, or is it just being noted and forgotten?
Steve?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I mean, most of the feedback that we've been getting from local businesses has generally been extremely positive around the initiative and the proactive approach that the council has taken in terms of providing support and assistance through town centre restart. The specific issues that individual businesses have been raising have largely been able to be dealt with at the point of contact with the business. So because the town centre task teams are able to call on a range of different expertise, they have been able to provide a link back to them. All of the work is being overseen by a steering group, which comprises all of the services that are involved in that delivery. So each of the task teams is able to share experiences and feedback from the businesses and to escalate any that have not been able to be resolved. I think the other thing to say, Leader, is that a number of the issues that they have fed back to us are reflected really in some of the recommendations that we're making here this morning in the report, particularly around the continuation of work within town centres. I think a lot of the businesses have been saying this is good, but it needs to continue because the high streets are going to struggle for some time yet. So that feedback has helped us to shape the recommendation that we're making to you in terms of those 7 action programmes. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. And I've got Councillor James, Councillor Marshall and Councillor Hagman, and then we will go to the recommendations after that. Councillor James.
Thank you. I attended the very forward-looking Dalbeattie High School. So 40 years ago, we were studying Freeports. I think at that point we came to the conclusion that it would be a good idea if Stranraer had one. And I think I still believe that. So I hope it won't take 40 years to get this one up and running. I think all towns need a theme, and if they could find a way forward through that, that would be just great. We have a program, I think it's called AIMS, for which we have funding, and I believe one of its goals is to bring sort of a critical plant and machinery and equipment to the region so that firms can access it. And I know one or two of the firms involved with that have expressed concerns to me that they're worried that the council will be running it and they might sort of sideways move people there to run it who might not have the sufficient expertise. So I'd just like to add my concern to theirs on that matter. Town Centre Restart Plan. I tried to reach out to the council for several weeks on how we should restart, and then suddenly there was a plan. There was no feedback to me in the meantime or to local businesses, and the plan was announced, and then there was like all hell breaking loose on social media. How dare they have a plan? And we've got rumours they're going to shut down parking on one side of Castle Douglas, etc. This, that, and the other. And then all of a sudden, council responds to that by the ambassadors and interacting with business owners. So it didn't work out well, and I don't think it was planned to be that way. And it wasn't a knee-jerk reaction from us, probably, to finally liaise with businesses at the last moment. But I did reflect, well, why did that happen? And of course, there were COVID staff shortages throughout the lockdown period, but we had 34 under-engaged bodies, myself included, who could have been brought more into play through that period as an extra resource. And I wonder whether, Leader, you regret the underutilisation of the non-elite through that period. My only question, other than that, is about self-catering. It's of course exceedingly important to our area. However, the businesses that I've observed, who have qualified for the small business support grants 10 and 7,500, some of them are actually heading towards, well, I think a lot of them are heading towards very good years, because as people are inhibited from travelling abroad, inevitably they're going to come here, and it's a great chance for us to pivot towards 12-month tourism, which is where we should endeavour to be. So I'd like to ask Steve, are there particular problems around self-catering that I'm not really aware of? Because I think they're heading in the right direction. And if there is any money available, couldn't we put it more in the direction of promoting our 12-month programme out there?
Steve.
Leader, yes, thank you. With regard to the self-catering scheme, a couple of points there. First of all, self-catering, and certainly some self-catering businesses, were able to access support through the main kind of property grant scheme that we delivered over the last few months. If they have already accessed government support in that fashion, then my understanding is they would not be eligible for the scheme that was announced yesterday. That allocation is going to be distributed not by councils but by Visit Scotland. So we're still waiting to find out the details of that scheme and how it can be accessed. But it will be important for us to be able to signpost some of our local businesses who are probably still catching up in terms of the lost revenues from earlier in the year. And as you say, it's now looking that things are going to improve significantly for the rest of the year, and certainly all the reports back are that bookings are significantly increased over a regular season, and the hope is that can continue. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Yes, Leader, thanks for letting me back in. It was just in relation to Councillor Brodie's point raised. I did email I think Steve and Lorna and the Chief Executive about similar concerns with regards to the ANZ Solutions team. I did get a reassurance that that it's been extended to September, and that's important because there's a number of projects number of business opportunities that are still live, and also there has been a drawdown of external funding for a business grant scheme for DG12 and the surrounding area, Annan and Easterbrook, etc. So we need to actually make sure that goes ahead. On a wider issue though as well, and I think with regards to Anne's Solutions team, first, it might be helpful if the 4 local members, if you could give us an update email just on the plans going forward, that would be very helpful. But on the wider issue as well, apart from the priority areas that are already identified in Dumfries and Galloway and the projects that are ongoing there, we also have the major recovery now from COVID-19, the economic recovery. And I do think we probably as a council need to look, I think Steve and his team have done a great job with limited resources, but the fact that we're losing people and the fact that we're probably going to need more resources, I think at a due time we need to actually look at whether or not we're effectively resourcing economic regeneration, because that has got to be key going forward.
Steve?
Yes, thank you, Leader. And we'll certainly circulate that update to the local members in terms of the Annan Solutions team. And it's also picking up on the point that Councillor Marshall was making there about resources. It's our intention to include the resource implications associated with the detailed action plans when we bring that report to the Economy and Resources Committee in September. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Hagman, can I thank Councillor Fairbairn for agreeing to take his point offline. Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, it's just a very quick point. It's in regards to the Freeports consultation. Now, this is a point that I've raised previously, and my understanding was that any consultations that were going to come into the council would then be put out to all members, and should individual members wish to input into that, it would be up to individual members. So as far as I'm aware, this is the first point that we've seen this, and clearly the consultation has already been submitted on the 13th of July. I would have liked to have seen in there an element regarding preventing illicit activity around human trafficking. There is mention of puppy trafficking, but I think we need to acknowledge that there is a potential for human trafficking in there, which is a huge and horrifying situation that does happen, and I think we need to acknowledge that. But I guess my request is, once again, and I have made this request previously, we get asked for comments on planning applications, we get information in terms of our ward updates, and could we please get a list of consultations that are coming into the council, whether that is on a monthly basis. I don't think we particularly need a weekly one, but at least a monthly update would be appreciated. Thank you.
I believe, I think it was quite a compressed timescale, but I understood local members had been consulted, because there were actually some useful points made by Councillor Scobie in relation to amending it. So I'd certainly
my understanding was that we received it in back in February. So there's been plenty of time, but maybe perhaps it was done with the cross-channel partnership members.
Steve.
Leader, yes, thank you, and certainly will ensure that, just to be clear in terms of that consultation response, the consultation response is in connection with a proposed government process for designating freeports, so it's not effectively a bid for a freeport as such. And the intention is that we would certainly consult fully and widely in terms of developing a detailed bid should that opportunity arise in the future. It's our understanding that UK government is likely to make announcements later in the year, perhaps around November time, about the process for actually bidding for freeport status. And at that point, we would bring a full report on that to Economy and Resources, and also carry out far wider consultation, Leader.
I think Councillor Scobie wanted to come back on that point. Briefly, Councillor Scobie.
No, Chair, I was only trying to indicate that I would want to come in when you come to the recommendations. I just hope I hadn't rattled another person's cage today.
Okay, can we proceed to the recommendations? We're being asked to agree 1, 3 and 4 but 4 amended, as pointed out by Councillor Crothers, that it should be 3.5.14, and we've been asked to note 2 and 5. Now, Councillor Scobie, you wanted to add something to the recommendation?
Yeah, Chair, at 2.2, the wording I would want to put in there is on noting the council, on noting early impacts of COVID-19 on business and employment in Dumfries and Galloway, described at section 3.3. The council recognises the inequity of how B&Bs and self-catering establishments have been treated in comparison to other business grants, and makes further representation to the Scottish Government to have the matter reviewed.
Okay. Right. Can I invite, are people happy to put that in? I think we've actually made representation to the Scottish Government, but it doesn't actually do any harm to do it again.
Chair, I would just be asking them for stronger representation, because there is
I know it certainly has been raised in meetings with ministers by ourselves and by other councils who've had the same issues raised with them. But did you manage to get the form of verbs that Councillor Scobie was suggesting? Sorry? Is it?
I've paraphrased it, Leader, but I'm sure we can. I can get the correct wording from Councillor Scobie. But it was in terms of recognising the inequitable treatment of.
Can I?
Councillor Hagman, yeah, we're actually coming to the recommend. Is it on the recommendations?
Come in with a question. Yeah.
Is it on the recommendations?
It is on the recommendations. I'm just looking for clarity, Leader, because it's so catering businesses actually to clarify this, because catering accommodation business owners have in fact been eligible for funds. So I was just looking for clarification. That may not be correct. So I'm just looking. I think that would be useful.
Steve, are you able to provide that clarification?
Leader, thank you. I didn't fully catch all of that.
Yeah, nor did I. I think that Councillor Hagman was wanting clarification that these businesses had a problem, but I think we are aware that some of these businesses have slipped through the net, and it was one of the reasons we were campaigning, if you like, to have a discretionary fund so that we could actually close some of these holes, but maybe you can provide that reassurance.
Yes, I mean, certainly that Leader, a couple of issues there. I think the issues surrounding that B&B sector are reflected in the disappointingly low take-up, and that could perhaps provide the basis on which we provide a further response back to Scottish Government, bearing in mind that we have distributed £42.5 million of Scottish Government funding to other businesses. However, the take-up of the B&B fund was very disappointing, and perhaps that could form the basis for a response to be sent.
Councillor Stitt.
I think Councillor Maitland's been trying it through. She said she hasn't got the info in front of her.
I think the words are the words are coming up to. On their way up there to Nick now, so that he'll be able to put that in so people will be able to see it.
Right. Okay, I'll do my best. The proposal, the addition to the recommendation proposed by Councillor Scobie was that the council recognises the inequity of how B&Bs and self-catering establishments have been treated in comparison to other business grants, and the council make further representation to the Scottish Government. I can't read the last bit, but
yeah, makes further representation to the Scottish Government to review the matter.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Davidson wants to come in on that as well.
Thank you, Leader. I think the issue here is not simply one of B&Bs. We know that there are gaps in the various schemes that were announced. Some of those were retrospectively addressed, as we know from previous reporting to the ad hoc subcommittee in particular. I have a suggestion with regard to 3.3 that I hope might gain unanimity. If we refer back to previous reports to the COVID-19 subcommittee, it was reported that our council, Scottish Borders Council, and the Enterprise Agency had made a joint request to the Scottish Government to allow us to use the unspent business grants funding to address the local gaps in provision that we had identified as we were processing the various schemes. We had in effect a holding response from the Cabinet Secretary. I think it would be beneficial for us to go back to that position that had been agreed between the partners, which was ad hoc at the time certainly, but to take that issue up with the Cabinet Secretary again. It would clearly have relevance to the sector that Councillor Scobie refers to, but I and other members will certainly be aware of other instances with different businesses in different sectors that for various reasons were not able to benefit. I'm thinking, for example, of some private gym providers who now it looks as though they'll not be able to recommence activities until the 14th of September. So they haven't had any support and their period of enforced inactivity is extending. So I would suggest that we endorse the previous request that was made by ourselves, Scottish Borders Council and the agency, to use that unspent grant money to fill the gaps, and we revert to the Cabinet Secretary to pursue that ask as a priority. Thanks, Leader.
Yeah, Councillor Scobie.
Happy to accept that as an addendum, Chair, not to take away from the recommendation I put forward, because if we can get that surplus or monies that were not used, and that's the way of dealing with it, then I'm quite happy with that. But not to take away from what I put forward in the recommendation, I would accept Rob as an addendum to that to make further representation, that so be it that it's on a joint basis.
Would you be prepared to have a for example in there, because Rob's pointing out various others that have also slipped through the net, but actually have, as for example, the bed and breakfast
Absolutely,
sector.
Chair, that we don't lose that, what my recommendation is, that I would want that to stand, and that's why I'm saying that Rob's as an addendum. There are others out there that maybe have been treated unfairly, and equally I would want to see those addressed as well as Rob's pointing out.
Rob, are you prepared to go with that?
I think it's clearly a risk that people who have lost out and are not in that sector would think that they are being ignored. But if it was included as, for example, I would be content with that.
Okay. Is that clear? Is that everybody's satisfaction? Okay. Okay. So we're prepared to agree. It was 1, 3, and 5. And did you want use at the end of 2? Did you? Yeah, but that would just be noting rather than agreeing, wouldn't it?
I'm looking at the...
Yep. It might be better as a separate recommendation, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put that in as a separate, an additional recommendation. Okay. You're content to do so? I'm not seeing anything that says people are discontented, so that's this item finished. We have half an hour, I believe, for lunch, which would take us to 2 o'clock and or 1 minute to 2, and we will recommence then because we still have a lot of business to cover in 2.5 hours.
when you get there. Do you know what I mean? So,
What was that? Hello? Hello? Somebody's calling? Is it Pauline, was it? Okay, shall we restart? That's a half hour up. Have we still got a lot of business to do? Can we sit down, please? People in the hall? Okay. We recommence the meeting at agenda item 9 on Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal. This report also requires the removal of delegation for the Economy and Resources Committee, and so we're asking members to agree that at the start. Is that agreed? Okay, this report is the next step in this major investment, and in particular progresses the PLACE programme. Initial list of towns and the scores that have emerged from the quantitative criteria is set out in 3.3.10, Table 2. However, the data used precedes the pandemic, and further work is to be done on the qualitative indicators, and to take into account the impact of COVID-19. Chris Travis should be available on Teams to assist members with any questions. And Chris, are you there?
Yes, Leader, thank you.
Great. Do you want to say anything before we go to questions?
No, I'll just wait for questions, thank you.
That's great. So I've got Councillor James and Councillor Wilson. Councillor James.
Thank you, Leader. I attended the seminar the other day when we looked at this list, and it was I think most people in the sort of virtual room were saying that the SIMD index, which has a lot to do, underlies this ranking, is far from an accurate reflection, particularly in a rural area. And if I look at the list, and bearing in mind, I think we're heading to take a very small number of towns forward through this programme. So if I look at a town like Dumfries, if 50% of the weighting is attributed to this list, then Dumfries is effectively knocked out at this stage, I would say, and there are a few towns like that. And since we all, or almost all of us, felt that this scoring is not a true reflection, why don't we consider upping the weighting for the qualitative elements? And they, of course, can be professionally scored and well scored. And so I, if there was a seconder, would like to propose at some stage today that we change the weighting to 25% for this table that we have at the moment, and up the weighting from 50% to 75% for the qualitative analysis which we're about to do. And I think that would allow us to make better decisions, because we'd be judging on things we know and not just an artificial index imposed on us from outside. Thank you.
I agree with your point about the SIM index. It's actually a point I made at the Borderlands Partnership Board last week, that it doesn't reflect deprivation in rural areas. I'm not sure that there is actually a weighting attached to them at this point anyway, and that may be up to us, but I'll ask Chris to respond to that.
Thank you, Leader. I think it's important to stress that the statistical analysis of the level of need in any one town within Dumfries and Galloway is a starting point in identifying those towns which will finally be selected to be considered for investment through the Borderlands Partnership. All 5 partners have started with this process and are now going on, some have completed the process, are now going on to look at the other indicators that should be used in determining whether or not a town was appropriate for investment through the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal. The Leader is correct, there is no weighting attached to either the quantitative or qualitative aspects of this selection process, and the intention in designing this methodology was to allow flexibility at a more local level than Borderlands itself, which is massive. And therefore, there is the option for members to determine how they wish to adjust the rankings that have come out of the data considerations by looking at more qualitative aspects. And that work has begun and is underway and will be developed further through members' workshops as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Wilson?
Thanks, Leader. Sean Marshall has asked me to sort of read out a statement from him because he's having a couple of technical difficulties this afternoon. I'm afraid that I'm also getting a warning sign, so let me know if you can't hear me. Sean wanted to say that at the briefing session that was held on the 15th of July that David James referenced to, he feels justified and vindicated in requests about Easterbrook being put through that process and added to the 17 original settlements that were being considered. Easterbrook, he pointed out, comes out 5th highest across Dumfries and Galloway, and the highest in the 7 Annandale and Eskdale towns. So hopefully that high ranking will mean that actually in due course Easterbrook will be selected as one of the Dumfries and Galloway towns and benefit from what I'm sure we all agree will be a fantastic opportunity and a fantastic programme that's been secured through Borderlands. He also wanted to point out that alarmingly from the analysis, Easterbrook is the joint highest community with the highest percentage of working age population, but also was the joint highest working population that requires to commute to the place of work. Therefore, Sean believes that there's an identified need to encourage more employment opportunities in Easterbrook and an area. And, as talked about in the past, the potential to unlock the decommissioning MOD site at Easterbrook for some sort of economic development and business investment. It's simply the long-standing aim that many of us have had to reopen railway station due to the high percentage of working population in the township that need to commute out with Easterbrook to their place of work. And I'm sure that we all agree that actually the reopening of Easterbrook train station would align with those objectives that many of us have spoken earlier about tackling climate change and being more sustainable.
Thanks, Adam. I think Sean's contribution may stimulate others, including Jim Dempster, to come in with the benefits of their particular areas. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, and without taking away for the A76, I'm looking at 3.2, 0.5.9 and similar 0.91, and it's to a series of small business parks at key locations along the A75 again, and I don't want to take away from the A75 and anything that Borderlands is considering, but perhaps we could explain what the structure or makeup of a business park would be. I'm looking at that in terms of the A77, and there's reference here to the A75 reaching the M6 and the A74M. If we take the ports of Cairnryan, then most of the central belt traffic, heavy vehicles, would use the A77, and I know that there is only about 7 miles of the A77 within Dumfries and Galloway. Nevertheless, it's a huge contributor to the economy of the southwest of Scotland and Dumfries and Galloway Council, and we have now got South Ayrshire Council on board in terms of the need to get the A77 and the A75 upgraded to dual carriageway, and I'm just looking at that we should identify the A77. I don't know if it's maybe for a business, small business park, but some way that we can recognise this within the Borderlands growth deal, both roads, and I know that has always been the intention. And I think there is opportunity. Rob referred to earlier, and if ever I needed convinced that virtual meeting wasn't a way of doing things, it was on Monday when I couldn't even get into the meeting, the virtual meeting, Mid and East Interim Borough Council. But I think there's an opportunity to look at a growth deal out with the Borderlands growth deal for Dumfries and Galloway, and linking it with the Ayrshire councils and our partners in Northern Ireland. So I just wondered if there's any way we can link all this together, and I think there's never been a better moment in terms of the UK government and them wanting to link all the three countries of Britain together in terms of Northern Ireland, Scotland and England in some working in partnership with that. I just wondered if this is a vehicle we should be doing it.
Chris?
Okay. So the reasoning around the locations for the business infrastructure investment is not because we think that we should be bringing the A75 as a project into borderlands, but that it is a major line of communication and transport across the length of the region, and that there is opportunity there to create employment and create facilities to encourage business growth and creation, and therefore that's why these sites have been picked. I think on the wider issues concerning other partnerships and other transport links, that, as Councillor Dempster knows, we have spoken many times about the role of borderlands and that the upgrading of transport links is beyond the scope of this deal, and therefore that's why they're not included in the deal. I think linking partnerships together is a sensible approach, and indeed Scottish Government requires us, when developing business cases, to take account of investments to which it has already committed in other growth deals, including Ayrshire, to ensure that they're getting maximum value for their money and that the synergies between growth deals are taken full advantage of. Thank you.
Councillor Scobie?
It's the very point that's being made, and my understanding is that roads infrastructure were not part of the Scottish growth deals, because that was devolved to the Scottish Government in terms of transport and road infrastructure and everything else. Yet there's an opportunity here to bring in roads, because roads is going to be perhaps the saviour to the economy of the southwest of Scotland, Dumfries and Galloway in particular, through the two arterial routes of the A77 and the A75. Yet it keeps getting excluded because it's devolved. But there's an opportunity here. We could hang it on Brexit or whatever, that we do include it, or we create a forum that's able to lobby both the UK government and the Scottish government to say we need this infrastructure in place on both the arterial routes, and if that includes the 76 and some way of working that in as well. But that's going to the ports of Cairnryan, that ties in the other application for Freeport's recognition at the port of Cairnryan. I think the road infrastructure should be there and should be included. It's included in the Borderlands growth deal in terms of the north of England and Carlisle out to there's the railway, there's out to the airport at Carlisle. So I think we need a change of thinking on this one.
Because I think that the Scottish Government doesn't actually permit the roads infrastructure to be part of the deal. I think that's part of the problems here. Am I right?
Thank you, Lida. It's not that they don't permit it, it's just that the scale of investment required is so great that a deal of just under £400 million can't accommodate such investment. And you may recall when we submitted the proposals to Scottish and UK governments in 2018 that we included a policy paper on transport infrastructure seeking closer working with both governments on road and rail infrastructure across the whole of the borderlands, and we were developing some productive discussions around that, but the impact of COVID and a couple of elections has meant that those conversations have been suspended temporarily. But I think there are other routes, no pun intended, to lobby for investment in transport infrastructure outside of borderlands, but you can use borderlands as part of the reasoning for that investment to take place. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks, Chris and Donna, for both supplying us a report for us. It's much appreciated. Don't know why I'm getting feedback. I think I've got everything off. Seems the feedback coming from somewhere. Anyway, it's predominantly a note and report, so but I wasn't able to manage to get to the seminar, workshop seminar for members, but I do thank my fellow members, council members, for including Easter eggs into Table 2, but also welcome the workshops and member seminars that will come forward so we can look at that in greater detail and probably potentially quantifying the particular towns and how we prioritise them. It does mention in this report, Chris, that it still hasn't been signed off in real terms. It says it's been a symbolic sign-off, which I was asked to comment on this earlier on in the week. It has been a symbolic sign-off. It was done in January at a leaders' meeting, and unfortunately because of COVID in March 19 it wasn't formally signed off. So there is a risk attached there, because you've already spoken, you're saying short of 400, but 350 million it allocates, alludes to within the report, which 150 of that will come to the south of Scotland. Across the two council areas. So I'm just wondering, what is the risk there? There obviously is a risk attached to that. When will it be signed off? Because the sooner that's done, the better. We've had, in the past, obviously, we've had our circumstances where that hasn't taken place and there's been negative effects. So I just wonder, when will that happen, and what do you see as being potential risks? Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you, Leader. Firstly, just to clarify, the reference to the symbolic signing was for the collaboration agreement between the 5 councils and not the signing of the deal itself. But to move on to the substantive point of Councillor Clodagh question, we have been assured by both governments, and there is a reference, I think, in the report, I can't remember the paragraph number, to correspondence between the Scottish City and Regions Deal Delivery Board and those deals that are still in development, which includes Borderlands. And there has been a commitment, a strong commitment made by Scottish Government to completing the process of taking the deals into development to deals in delivery. The delays have quite simply been capacity, both within the councils and within both governments as a consequence of the COVID-19 emergency. We're beginning to see some easing of those challenges, and we are progressing the consideration of business cases. In order to get to full deal, we have to complete all the business cases, and some of the business cases, we've not been able to start all of the business cases because we needed more information, which is not yet available. In particular, for example, the digital programme, we're awaiting information from the Department of Culture, Media and Sport on the planned investment around the shared rural network on completing the mobile coverage across the whole of the UK. But in terms of risks, the risk has always been that we can't deliver sufficient approved business cases, but I'm confident that that risk is in mitigation. We don't see any issues about getting to the point where we've completed all business cases and reached an agreement with both governments for the investment of the £350 million set out in heads of terms.
I think also at the Shadow Borderlands Partnership Board last week, council leaders did actually express the same concern and a strong view that we wanted it signed by the end of the year, because if it then slips into next year, we've got, particularly this side, we've got the Scottish Parliament elections, we've got PERDA and various other things, so there was a very strong view, I think, from leaders that we wanted it done, and a request that we should lobby MPs in particular and possibly MSPs to try to ensure that both governments are brought to the table for the final signing before the end of the year. Okay, I've got Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. On page 49, it states that Borderlands will be overseen and held accountable by the Scottish City and Regions Deal Delivery Board. Am I correct in assuming that this only applies to the Scottish elements of Borderlands?
Chris?
Thank you, Leader. No, the whole deal will be overseen by the Deal Delivery Board. Agreement was reached between the UK and Scottish governments that Borderlands would be handled in the same way as all the other Scottish deals, and that its overall governance would be subject to the same processes as the other deals within Scotland, which includes the English component. However, it may well be that there will be additional reporting requirements for our partners on the English side of the border, but these have yet to be specified.
Thanks for that clarification, Chris. And also on the same page, there's a reference to discussions ongoing with the Programme Management Office, Dumfries and Galloway Council and Northumberland County Council. Why are the other partners not involved in these discussions?
If I may, Leader?
Yes, of course, go ahead.
Those discussions are around the roles of the two accountable bodies. So the accountable bodies for the deal are Dumfries and Galloway Council for the Scottish component and Northumberland County Council for the English component of the deal. And the conversations that are taking place, or which are in the process of being developed, are around how the two accountable bodies will work together to ensure that there is consistency in the processes which are put in place as accountable body for the approval and issuing of grant funding to projects.
That's much clearer, Chris. Thank you.
Apologies for that.
Thank you. Councillor Dryber.
Thank you, Leader. Just to come back to what Councillor Scobie was saying earlier on, it was actually Wednesday the meeting we had with Mid and East Antrim Council, not Monday as he suggested. That's probably why he couldn't get in, because he was maybe working on 2 days behind. I think for the idea of the 75 and 77, and not generating anything on the 76 for Jeremy Dempster, the Mid and East Antrim and Dumfries and Galloway partnership for the North Channel is, I think, really important. And he mentioned lobbying, which I think is really important as well, to ensure that we have a wider support for the economic regeneration for the south of Scotland, and especially Dumfries and Galloway, as we are the elected representatives of it. I think perhaps not so much can we put something on the Borderlands, but perhaps would it be possible to ask the Borderlands board to perhaps have a letter of support for the upgrade of the 75 and 77 as part of any new deal that comes forward with the Mid and East Antrim and Dumfries and Galloway council partnership. But also we're looking to get some support from COSLA, Glasgow City Council, and North Ayrshire Council as well. So I think I understand where Willie's coming from. However, I would suggest perhaps a letter of support potentially from the Borderlands in the I mean, to excuse the pun, it's the start of another road, but to get that support going and the opportunity to see if there's any future funding available which would help that situation.
Okay, that's more of a discussion point for us, I think. I've got Councillor Brodie, and then I'll let Councillor Scobie back in. Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Leader. I'd just like to thank the officials for taking on board the views that were expressed at the seminar. I think it was last week or the week before. Good to see that Easterbrook is on the scoring sheet, and it's quite revealing, I think, the score there. I also thanks for the breakdown of the scores across the towns and communities. I'm not quite sure if I understand them, but I'll spend some more time on that, and if I've got any questions, I'll direct it to the officials. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brodie. It was a successful piece of lobbying by Councillor Marshall and yourself at that seminar. Councillor Scobie, you wanted back in.
Yes, Chair, always happy to be corrected by Councillor Driver. It was Wednesday, and as he well knows, I was unable to get tuned in both by mic or video, but I was there on the chat, or the bubble as they call it, and grateful for Archie to convey what I was putting over. I would, I take the point that Archie's making. and I would hope that the Borderlands Growth Deal can give a letter of support both to the Scottish Government and the UK Government, or rather the First Minister and the Prime Minister, in the need for both these roads to be upgraded to dual carriageway if we're going to get any survival to the local economy and indeed the Northern Ireland Scottish economy and wider afield. So I'm happy to go along with what Arch is saying, and if you, Leader, could get the Borderlands Growth Deal to put a letter of support away to both the First Minister and the Prime Minister, that would help tremendously.
Well, I'll just could suggest to Chris that we try and put this on the next Borderlands Partnership Board agenda and seek the agreements of the other leaders for it. I know, for example, that the leader of Cumbria County Council is supportive because he forwarded information which he felt would be useful to us in our lobbying exercise. So we can put that on the agenda for the next meeting. Well, I've got Councillor James once back in.
Yeah, only fast. I personally would not support a dualling of the A75, and it's about, you know, the feeling, oh yeah, free money, that's always good, let's just do it like the White Sands development. But, you know, with a fraction of that money and a bit more creativity, and, you know, we've just been through COVID, lockdown, and less stuff on the road, new ways of working, etc. And it just shows an absolute lack of imagination that we would ask for a huge amount of money to do something which would bring rather little benefit and just make us a transit highway. When with a fraction that we could just do so much more. Very disappointing. Dualling it could, you know, there are stretches that maybe need some upgrading and two-way, but you know, just not a good thing. Will cause huge disruption. Probably will never come, but it shows a distinct lack of imagination by those calling for it.
I think that I'm sure Councillor Scobie would want to come back in on that, but I mean, I think the issue with the 875, it's not all going to be dualled. It wouldn't be dualled at once. It would be impossible to do it. You know, we absolutely couldn't do it. So it has to be improvement schemes, I think.
I believe that's what the gentleman's asking for.
Yeah. Councillor Scobie.
Not only are we sitting miles apart, but we're also politically miles apart from Councillor James, and many of the huge and overwhelming majority of people in Dumfries and Galloway, in the petitions that have been signed, in all the work that has been done that support the upgrading. So I'm happy to be miles apart away from him.
It is an important issue. I would just add that, you know, I on a bit of a journey on the A75 myself, because initially when I heard the idea, I was like, oh, you're great, anything's better than nothing, let's do it. And I was at a few community councils where they took a more considered view and what that would mean. And on mature reflection, you think it's a bad idea. And certainly when you consider what could be done with a fraction of that money, it's as I say, it's for people with no imagination. Let's just build a road, build it, and they'll come.
I think that's obviously two different points of view put over there, and I'm sure when we come to the Borderlands Partnership Board, we will discuss, you know, the way in which we want to support the call. I've not seen it ever as being a call for immediate dualling, but for progressive improvement to the road, and indeed to the other road, because we, you know, you couldn't actually just close off the entire A75 and not let, you know, and have no transport down it. It wouldn't be actually be feasible. So.
Yeah,
I've got
but just really
the...
fast though, because that's what the petitions call for as well, and that was the proposition put forward. People have bumper stickers on it. It's not a wild, you know, idea just confined to the likes of Willie Scobie. There are people out there claiming to be intelligent or supporting it, and I just wanted to put on record. I think it's really too easy to sign up for everything, and I think so people sort of stand up sometimes and say they're actually against something, and I'm against the dualling of the A75.
Councillor Drybrough.
Thank you, Chair. While I fully support what Willie says about being politically male apart from Councillor James, I think lack of imagination is not what it means. It's a lack of understanding for Councillor James, because it's not just about road. It's about the digital connectivity. It's about making sure that we have e-highways across Dumfries and Galloway, which is part of the Borderlands deal and things like that. I think the opportunity for all of these growth deals in Dumfries and Galloway is all about raising the economy back together. But I certainly don't think Councillor James understands what we mean by the A75 and the 77 improvements.
Okay, I've listened to what everybody's said in this, but actually this is an agenda item about borderlands and not about the merits or demerits of the dualling of the entire A75. So I think we need to come back to the topic under discussion at the moment. Important as the issues are and important as the arguments are, I think we need to come back to the agenda item. And I have nobody else wishing to speak on that as far as I am aware. So if we can proceed to the recommendations, which is to to note 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 and 2.6, and to agree 2.7, which is the initial list of 18 towns, and we've not made a selection or even indicated a number that we wish to select. It's just those towns are the ones which are on the table at the moment, and we will return to that with a qualitative analysis and bearing in mind to a certain extent our hands are tied with the particular analysis, but the weighting we put on that particular analysis is up to us when we make that selection. Okay, we happy to do that? Go on to agenda item 10, which is the review of internal financial procedures and procurement standing orders and the scope of the review. And we have to, first of all, withdraw delegation from the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee. If people are prepared, happy to do so. Yeah. This is the first of our follow-up reports agreed at the meeting on the 30th of June 2020 and sets out a clear remit and timetable for a review to be undertaken by the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee. Lorna Meehan is available on Teams to assist members with any questions, but I also am going to bring in Councillor Wilson, as he and I think probably Councillor McClelland at that time did quite a lot of work on working out what the scope of the review is going to be, so I'd like to hear from him as well. Lorna, do you have anything you want to add before I bring Adam in?
We do not at this point.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Leader. I think just to say that hopefully members will agree that the scope and the sort of framework that's in place in this paper is sort of in line with what we had discussed at full council on the 30th of June, and that the method in following workshops, which has been carried out by the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee and its predecessors many times, will allow for all elected members to be involved in that and to share their views and opinions and complete that work in time for Christmas, essentially.
I should probably have said in introducing as well that it says that councillors from the FPT committee should participate. There is an intention to extend that to any member of the council who is interested in taking part in that discussion, so that any member can attend the workshops which are in that on that schedule of events. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Leader. So I think I would agree, this does reflect the decision and the discussion that was made at the 30th of June full council. So anyways, it does reflect it. When I first looked at the actual appendix, how it flowed, I initially thought, well, there are members, but members are all over this actually. They're well involved, and the point I was going to make, should it be expanded to involve members further, either with or without an interest, really across all 43, but in particular those with an interest who are not on FPT, but comfortable with this report, Leader.
Hello, Councillor Maitland.
Hello, I'm not absolutely certain what happened there. You went all crackly on me. Leader, you actually filled in the issue when you made it quite clear that all elected members would be expected and to be offered the chance of taking part in these workshops, because I regard this particular review as really one of the most important that we will do, because it's on all this that really the whole of the governance and the integrity of the council procedures actually hangs. So I would really urge members to take account and be really careful about their understanding in all of this. I notice in early August 2020, there's to be a survey undertaken of council staff to gather insight onto their awareness. This is on page 68 of the council papers, Leader. But I wonder whether actually it might be useful to survey members on their understanding and, yes, full appreciation of council procedures. So I'm wondering whether that might be added in to the grid there. I'm not absolutely certain whether you can hear me or not.
I don't know whether Lorna or Adam want to answer that. Adam, do you?
I think that's a good idea, actually, and maybe in the first workshop that we have, maybe that could be an item of discussion. I wonder, Councillor Maitland, given that I think this will be an opportunity for all elected members to really get into some of the financial procedures that we have as a council, and also the review of the procurement standing orders. So maybe either at the beginning or at the end, or at the beginning and the end of that process might be an idea. But I think certainly something that we could agree today, but we could discuss it in more detail at that first workshop.
Okay.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That seems to me to make a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. I think this is the starting point of going through this, making sure that what we have is fit for purpose. But sometimes through maybe old habits, I know how to cut a corner here or something. So how do we as members scrutinise the next step to make sure that officers who know what they're doing, but I know a way around it, and through misadventure may end up doing something that they shouldn't. How do we scrutinise to make sure that everything is followed? So if we come out through this review and find that our standing orders and procedures are perfect, how do we know that that's always being implemented at every decision? And is there something in the review whereby we would get the opportunity as members to actually scrutinise, say, a selection of contracts that have been awarded, so that we can see that procedure has been followed, and that way, everybody then has to concentrate on making sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
Okay, I'll bring Lorna in on that. Lorna.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Hislop. I think that's a really insightful and appropriate comment. I think in terms of the decision the members took in June, the most important part of that, I think, is around the approaches to get assurance to elected members about compliance with procedures, whether they be financial or procurement. So that, to me, is one of the most substantive parts of this review. So there's external advice that can be brought to bear on that, but also some comparative analysis. And if members felt that sample checking is part of that controls assurance, and I think that would be an appropriate area to explore and to secure. So happy to take that on board.
Thanks. Do we have any further indications of Councillor James?
Yeah, thank you, Leader. I think inevitably, while the council engages across, in my opinion, too many fields, it's bound to enter some bad deals. And Councillor Maitland was right to point out that well, I don't know if she pointed out it was our most important issue, but it's been, for me, our biggest problem is our procurement. And will we have any chance to feed into the sort of, not the culture, but the type of contract that we go into? I'm thinking of one contract in particular where we were specifying in detail what we wanted, and because we are supposed to be experts in all fields, we felt we could do that, but there was a mistake in it, which then put us in a bad position when the thing went wrong. And yet I might, for example, favour us just going for something in that contract where we would be trying to get something that was fit for purpose and leaving more of the responsibility to the contractor, but others might have a different view. But when we have these workshops, etc., we'll be able to feed in on that type of level, because it's not just about adhering to the procedures that we set. It might be that there's an underlying ideology behind these contracts which is not suitable for an organisation that's relatively small like ours, that's trying to operate across an expanding amount of fields all the time.
Leader, if I can come in on that, yeah, I think probably in terms of the scope the members indicated in June and presented here, the effectiveness of the procurement standing orders, which would encompass types of contracts. So that's certainly something that councillors could discuss as part of their review.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
My points actually overlap. In 10 and 11, I would think. I don't know whether it would enhance, whether we had the whole procedures, if we had information on what management, reporting, structures were put in place or were in place before, during and after the contracts, what delegated powers were given or in place at management at all levels, and what decisions were made, used under these powers during these periods. Also on accountability, what were the levels of accountability in management and who were responsible for these decisions and what decisions were taken with delegated powers. So it kind of overlaps in both, I think.
Yeah, I think it probably overlaps in all three. To be honest, because it's part of it's also part of scrutiny as well. So I think it's probably these issues are relevant to all three inquiries.
I think it would enhance what's coming back and the scope of the whole investigation, whole inquiry, if we had that type of information in place as well.
Yeah, Gavin.
I think if we go back to the work that the scrutiny committee led around procurement, that really wasn't fettered once it got underway as to where it could go, and it was exactly the type of scrutiny. So I think it really we've depended members upon that first workshop to review the scope agreed by members, and actually it's how it's delivered. And I couldn't imagine that you'd undertake such a review without actually answering those questions, Councillor Nicholson, because actually it's fundamental to understand what the council did 7 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, and would do in the current stage and what you would want it to do moving forward. So that's the type of analysis based upon the evidence of what the way the scrutiny committee undertook the procurement review. That's exactly what they did. They actually looked across the whole horizon to understand what people did at different times. So I agree with Councillor Nicholson. That would actually, I couldn't see how you could do it without a full understanding of what the situation was, is, and could be.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. I completely agree with actually what the Chief Executive's just said there. I think that's an easy bit of desk research that we could carry out quickly, hopefully even get that in trade before the first workshop. But just, I think Councillor Hislop made a very valid point, and obviously the decision that was taken by full council was to not only just review these procedures and the procurement standing orders, but also to get that assurance, and hopefully by first of all using that staff survey to begin with, and secondly by making sure that all of those service managers across the council who have a budget responsibility, hopefully we will be able to make sure that we have that assurance as part of the this review, and not just a sort of review that looks into these standing orders and procedures.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Carthy.
Thank you, Leader. So just picking up with some of the points that's been alluded to there. So I think Councillor James brought it up first. I just want to be absolutely clear, and Councillor Nichols followed up and Gavin's gave clarity, and Adam's probably added clarity to that as well. So maybe it is a conversation for the first meeting, the first workshop, but I think we have to be clear on what we're talking about and what we're trying to get to the end of. I felt very much, going back to this report came through the 30th of June meeting, it's come from there, and a lot was absolutely to do with Councillor Hislop's touched on compliance in particular. So the question was asked, are our procedures fit for purpose? The answer was given yes. But then there was a little bit of conversation about whether
we're being compliant at a delegate level or not. I think that absolutely has to be bottomed out. Go back to the point that Gava's made. Scrutiny's performance did quite a bit of work. That was under Ivor's leadership. They did a good piece of work. We adjusted our standard orders at that point. After that, Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee did another piece of work, and that's about growing the local economy through the procurement service. And that kind of more sits into the side where Councillor James came through. Okay, it's what sometimes best affects the local economy as well. So it might be about, do we give a greater weighting, as a lot of companies do, to local contractors rather than these central belt, so to speak, large companies that come in. So I just think we have to, at that first meeting, we have to be absolutely clear what we're trying to achieve, because I think it'd be easy to divert and get confused and dilute the actual point we're trying to remain focused on, and it comes to that original meeting back on 30th of June. So maybe Adam could pick up on that and make sure that's a focus. We know exactly what we're talking about and what we're trying to focus on at that first workshop.
I'll invite Adam back in on that point.
Thanks for that. I think this first workshop is quickly adding in time, but more than happy that that's sort of the first item of business on that first workshop, so that we're absolutely clear on that, because it is a valid point.
Thanks. Okay, I think we're probably ready to go to the recommendation, which I think is just one, and is to agree the scope of the review. So we're happy to do so. So item 11 is the road service review, and we first of all have to withdraw delegation from the Communities Committee. We intend to do so. Okay. This is the second of our follow-up reports agreed at the meeting of the 30th of June, and sets out a clear remit and timetable for a service review to be undertaken into the road service. Derek Crichton is available on Teams. Well, he was actually here in person. I don't know why it says he's here on Teams. I can see him sitting there to assist members with any questions. Derek, do you want to say anything before we take questions? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. So, reflecting on this, when I first read this, I felt it didn't actually reflect the decision that was made at especially looking back, listening to the conversation that we had at the 30th of June meeting. Felt very much there was two parts to that. Route and branch review, as Adam alluded to at the time, Councillor Wilson, that is. One was about best value, quality assurance, bang for buck, how are we spending the right amount of money in the right place at the right time, and this is absolutely covered by this here. It covers that completely and adequately and appropriately. There was a second part that I focused on, and that was about the regards to the trunk road service, what had happened there, and where the final investigation reports to, and what committee that reports to. And I felt that, but I made it very clear that that should have been, and it should have been part of this report potentially, but we spoke about this offline, I'll go into that. But actually that side's not really been considered here at all when I look at this. It hasn't been considered at all. It needs to be considered in regards to what happened at I know we've got forensic an organisation with external forensic organisation looking at this now. We've got a process that's been appointed. There may be further questions to come in regards to that, who's been appointed and so on and so forth, but I think we have to make sure that we don't lose that particular point that was made, that we didn't lose the thrust and the drive that's there within this council. It was right across the council. It was full for why we went to vote ultimately before that, through the discussions and such like. It was quite clear that the council was behind. We need to understand what happened with the trunk roads, and we need to understand exactly how we got to that point, how we make the changes to correct that, but we need to have the fullest of information, and it has to be considered in the right way. And certainly I felt that should have been part of this report, and it should have been the committee process where it should have been looking at that was audit, risk and scrutiny. I did make that very clear at the time, but maybe we'll be able to pick that up under item number 13, I think is. So that does, but that item number 13 was certainly points. I think that came particularly from administration. We're making points in regards to that whole anti-fraud, corruption, so on and so forth. We maybe ought to be able to tie it in with that, but I did get the assurance from the Chief Executive at the time that in fact if Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee feel and take a mind that they actually want to look at any particular item in the Council, they can. So I think it's fit for purpose for the first part, as Councillor Wilson outlined, Leader, but certainly the second part, I think it's almost gone, it's vacant here, but we'll hopefully pick that up as we go forward.
I think there is more discussion around agenda item 13 in terms of looking back and what went wrong, but I'll let Derek answer to your points on this particular.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Certainly the intention of all of the reports before members today is to ensure all decisions taken by members have been fully enacted, and I'm certainly comfortable that they are, and therefore that's for members to be assured likewise. Certainly for my part, paragraph 2.2 of the report and the first bullet point specifically references the ongoing investigation. And we were always clear that ongoing investigation is about looking back and learning lessons, whereas this report, item 11, is very much about looking forward and therefore ensuring that this council has a high-performing road service. And to do that, we clearly need to look back on our performance over the last few years. We need to take account of the lessons from the Trunk Road investigation. That's absolutely implicit. But just to reassure the member and all members that there's absolutely no doubt by officers that we've got a suite of reports before you today, and there's a clear intention to ensure that we carry out 2 service reviews, and we also continue, and it is continue with the Trunk Roads investigation, and as it says in item 13, that will be reported to the appropriate committees, and I would imagine that would include the Audit and Risk and Scrutiny Committee. So I hope that provides the comfort that the members are looking for. Thank you, Leader.
Okay, Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader. Actually, the points that I was going to make have been covered. I think much of what Councillor Carruthers wants to get into, and he's absolutely right, will be covered in the opportunity we can discuss it in report number 13. I would also make the point that that this particular scope, interestingly, makes it quite clear that audit, risk and scrutiny will be part of the process, which the previous report and scope doesn't make explicit. But again, actually, Councillor Carruthers also mentioned this, which is that audit, risk and scrutiny can basically go in and ask for any report that it wishes to. And I'm quite sure if it feels the necessity, I'm absolutely certain that its chairman will. So with that, Leader, I've got no difficulty with this particular scrutiny here because I think it's what it is, which is looking at the roads and whether or not the performance and the ability for us to go forward is actually there based in evidence in front of us. We've got the opportunity to look back, which we must take, and we can look at that in item 13.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Leader. I must have. I fully understand the position that we're looking forward in this, but this report clearly mentions the investigation, and I must admit I was concerned that there were a lack of clarity in this particular report. I did find it, however, in item 13 when it explained the way forward, and obviously we're going to talk about that later. But I still feel there should have been some reference to it in this particular aspect. We do, and under paragraph 3.2, it mentions the external investigation. What I would like to ask is, who are the independent investigators that are doing it? What is the company? I think that the public have to be aware of that, where we've got to show clarity in this.
Again, I think we'll get into that under agenda item 13, where we talk about the changes to the integrity group which have come about as a consequence of the debate that we had on the 30th of June, I should say. I mean, it wouldn't have happened, I don't think, unless there had been that debate. But I'd ask that we leave that until we had the discussion around that agenda item. But Derek, do you want to take up the other points that Councillor Blake's made?
Thank you, Leader. Just referred back to my earlier response to Councillor Carruthers that the focus of this report was intentionally about the road service review, and I certainly be clear there was never any intention not to mention the investigation, because quite clearly it's an ongoing investigation. It's been the subject of reporting to Council. What the Council's will is quite clear on this is I understand that, and as I say, the reference to it is to acknowledge it's a distinct piece of work, and therefore we need to be very careful that we don't conflate the two issues and therefore not get to the bottom of what are two very important pieces of work, but clearly acknowledge members' views on it and therefore take that on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader.
I think one of my biggest concerns about this, and I appreciate we've got the 3 reports here looking at how we're going to scope the reviews, but as has already been said, it doesn't matter what policies and processes we put in place, unless we have people in place to enforce and ensure that they're actually adhered to, we're all wasting our time. Now, I have asked the question on quality assurance, and what is the Council's quality assurance policy for roadworks? I've yet to see that policy, and it does beg the question about Transurf Scotland. I think they had every right to, in actual fact, withhold monies from us, because even to this day, the quality of repairs taking place on our road network is very haphazard and inconsistent. We were told some 4 or 5 years ago by the director at the time that we had moved away from throwing in bits of tar and rolling them in with vehicles, and we would do first time permanent repair. That doesn't seem to be the case. Now, I don't recall this council agreeing to a shift within that policy. So I'm looking for clarification and reassurance that we will in actual fact enact a quality assurance policy that we stick to, and that we actually present a quality product that the public can see and accept. And you know what's more annoying? And that is that we can do it because there are certain areas where it has been done properly.
Okay, Councillor Carruthers on the same point.
Well, just because, thanks for bringing that piece up. I've harped on about that a number of times, Councillor Wood. It's because it actually goes back to, I think it was April 2012, either March or April 2012, and we made a decision at that point to align the first time permanent policy in the roads to the new Roads and Streetworks Act 1991 and use the same methodologies that would be applied there, and it seems to be just absolutely lost. So I just, for the sake of maybe at some point, I would imagine we'll look at that through the review and discuss it further. It was either April or March 2012 we made that decision, and it's been lost in the ether, and the compliance is negligible almost at times.
Yes, I can remember Councillor Lever's views on it at the time, so I think it was back in 2012. I mean, absolutely, quality of repairs must be part of the review. I mean, it has to be part of it, but I'm sure that Derek will be happy to give his assurance that that will be the case.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Wood, and the follow-up from Councillor Carruthers. I fully agree the importance of the quality of the repairs, and I'm in no doubt as I connect across the region, like all members and officers and the public, that our roads are a crucial part of our infrastructure, and therefore the quality of these to our local economy is vital. So certainly acknowledge the importance of this, the importance of the review. So we very much welcome the opportunity to review these issues, but notwithstanding that, I understand Councillor Wood has put in an inquiry, and I can assure him that that's being attended to and that information will be provided. Thank you.
Councillor Wood, you want back?
Thank you for letting me back in. The other point I want to raise as well was that we have a reporting mechanism for potholes within the council system. Quite frankly, that's a total waste of time. I have reported, and I know the public have reported, and they get no response from the reporting. And while I accept that COVID-19 has had an impact on the speed at which some of these repairs could take place, I don't believe that waiting 6 months is the correct amount of time that we should have to wait.
I think it would also be helpful if people could be informed that the repair has been done, not just given a number for the repair, but informed actually that the repair has been done. Derek.
Thank you, Leader, and Councillor Wood, and I would fully concur, and that's an area that I have been clear about when I took up post a year ago, that is clearly an area for significant improvement, and I know the Council is committed to that, and I personally am committed to that as well. And whilst I accept the ongoing frustrations, and that there are frustrations out there, I'm certainly clear that notwithstanding this review, that work is underway as it says in the report, and will continue to be a high priority for officers of this council, so we can restore the confidence and faith of members in these services. And just, I think it is important that members are assured, given your comments last month with regards to the hard work of our frontline staff, that last week officers did meet with all the road staff to update them on both the road service review proposals that were coming before you, as well as the investigation, because it's clearly imperative that these frontline staff who are out there in all weathers at all time of year doing fantastic work recognise that there is no personal criticism of them as individuals, and therefore on your behalf, Leader, I've made sure that we've communicated accordingly with all frontline staff in the last few days.
Yes, I think it's processes rather than individual actions, isn't it? Councillor James.
Talking about processes, I've raised this with the Director on a couple of occasions, and I think he shares my aspiration that we, when we schedule when things are going to happen, we don't just say programmed or scheduled, that the member of the public could say, okay, or even a councillor could say, yep, I know when that's going to happen. And I appreciate something could come along and it slips. But I'd like to take this opportunity to ask him whether there's been any progress on that, please.
Derek?
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor James. And indeed, I do share that aspiration, and it is my understanding that we've now put in place arrangements that certainly move that forward, so that should be available. I believe it was circulated to members accordingly, but that would have been at the time of COVID, so therefore I will not use that as the excuse. I will simply use it as I would want to reassure myself that that has now been put in place, but certainly the feedback you gave us was very helpful, and I'm assured that that's now in place.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Lee. I'm hearing, and I know that there isn't a lot of people who praise the state of our roads in this region, but I think, we need to acknowledge that actually this is the first time, certainly in the 3 years that I've been an elected member, but it sounds like for much longer that actually we are, as elected members, we are going to be able to get into some of these nuts and bolts issues on how we, as a local authority, and as a roads authority, maintain and repair our roads. And that is a very welcome thing. And I hear there's a number of issues and complaints that elected members have, and we've probably got to their constituents. But actually, I think we need to welcome the progress as a council that we're making, and actually admitting that we are going to have this review, and it'll be an opportunity for all of these issues, and for our constituents, and for our members of staff, to be able to feed into that. And that is a huge positive development, and something which I'm sure will mean that actually a number of these issues we can fix and put to bed. And that's the first opportunity in 3 years that I've been elected member we've had to do that, and it does sound like the first time in quite some time. And I've got to say, Sarah kind of mentioned this, but actually there's a number of members of staff who do go above and beyond, and unlike Councillor Wood, I've had a number of issues that I've done to report it and had a response back quite recently, and increasingly as well I see through my inbox that actually some scheduled works would actually be accelerated because they've managed to complete other works ahead of schedule. So I think there's a lot of hard-working staff out there day in, day out who are responding to our constituents and to elected members, and we should welcome that and praise them and thank them.
Yes, I'm detecting as well that there is an enthusiasm for getting involved in this review from elected members, so which is good. I think there is a general enthusiasm for doing it. Councillor Dempster.
Thank you, Leader. I have also submitted, I suppose, an inquiry on the very same issue that Councillor Wood did, and like Councillor Wood, I'm still waiting a response. And I think, though, sometimes it's horses for courses. If we have an unclassified road that needs an urgent repair, maybe that's right that we just put some tar and roll it over because it solves a problem in the short term. I just don't think it should be happening in high-profile locations where the council is being put under scrutiny by members of the public when we're carrying out what I would call, like Councillor Wood, inappropriate repairs. But the point I wanted to raise about the review was, one of my biggest bugbears is third-party works where Scottish Water, Scottish Gas, whatever it might be, dig up our roads, patch it, and then vanish. And within a few months, that particular repair starts to break up, and as a consequence the whole of the road network deteriorates. And I know we used to have a 2-year window to raise the issue about reinstatement, but I don't think we do. I think we just accept that they do these things and walk away. And personally, I don't think it's right, and I would hope that would form part of the review that Derek's looking at, because we shouldn't be, as a local authority using public money, we shouldn't be picking up bills that Scottish Water and other utility companies should be picking up to reinstate our roads and footpaths. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Dempster. And yes, it is part of the review, and certainly, again, I understand the sense that that does happen, and quite clearly we need to ensure that it doesn't happen, and we need to advise members through this review of the processes in place to manage these issues. And I'm certainly aware that we have regular negotiations with the said suppliers, and we need to clearly continually review and improve these to avoid a similar situation. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Scobie. Then I think we can maybe progress to the recommendations after that. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. I'm just referring to member involvement in this whole review, and the only place I can see where perhaps we could have a bit more is actually in the month of August in the desk-based research, because we're asking for stakeholder engagement feedback over a 3-year period, and I'm sure the number of councillors will have historical or anecdotal evidence that might like to be considered. So perhaps maybe that's one thing. But then when I look further down, September workshop, elected members, over the page, Audit and Risk Committee, October, Communities Committee, October, stakeholder engagement. Again, that'll depend what's coming. End of October, workshop, elected members. November, Communities Committee. 10th, Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee. How much more involvement do councillors want?
I think councillors are fairly content with that amount of involvement. I think we're more expressing an enthusiasm for getting involved in it. And I'm sure that when it comes to the workshops in September, which isn't far away, that I would hope there'll be a good attendance by elected members at that. I've also got Councillor Scobie.
Perhaps the answer to Councillor Ferguson is a lot more than what we've had in the past. And I'm looking at item 10, then item 11. I'm thinking back to review of procurement, financial procedures procurement, and audit and risk went into great depth, a review on procurement. And then again here on review of road services. And one of the issues for me has been that, when you report anything or you try to find out anything, it's deemed as that's an operational issue. And I've had the discussions with Derek on that in terms of what is a member's role, because I can think of someone reporting a pothole or a trip on a pavement, and then it's put down to, well, that's an operational issue as to whether that is deemed to be a repairable fault because of the depth of the hole or the state of the pavement and everything else. But yet, being accountable to the people, then they're looking to see a repair. So along with the scope of review, as when we do get into the review, will come, will that be a review of the cost? Because what we've been facing year on year on year is a constant cutback in services, cutback in manpower or human resources, and then that's put down, the state of the road, the state of the pavement is down to because there's not enough money in the kitty, or the council has had so much cutback. So to review, are we also going to look at the cost and the real effect of the public report and whatever it is as a defect, and whether we are providing a quality service that the people believe that they are paying for? So within the review, it brings with it looking at cost and how much the service actually costs if we're to do all these repairs, and not just dismiss it on that's an operational issue. So I'd like that assurance from the, I know I've had it, but just so that it's recorded, that everything's up for review, costs included.
Derek?
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Scobie. And yes, paragraph 3.6 of the report indicates the scope, and indeed it's very important that indeed we do consider what are the capital and revenue budgets associated with the service, both historically and potentially going forward, because there is no doubt that the aspiration for having an absolute Gold Star road service does not come cost-free. It's a very significant cost to our council, and therefore it will always be members that decide these priorities with the fullest information from officers. In relation to the discussions that we always have around the role of members in terms of operation and strategic, I'm certainly clear that the elected members are accountable to the public. One of the most important services beyond our support to vulnerable people services is our local economy and infrastructure. So quite clearly, if the public and businesses are concerned about the quality of their roads, it's imperative that members feel that they can raise these issues openly and constructively with officers, and that's certainly the culture I believe we're creating in the Council, that indeed those operational issues, if we want to call them that, very much form part of the reported system, that they form part of the EMES system, and quite clearly they're a key ingredient of indicating the level of satisfaction with the service. So quite frankly, it's essential that elected members represent these views to officers, and we give them serious consideration, and more than happy to give that full response to all members today. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Derek.
Thanks for that, Derek. So can we go to the recommendations, and we're being asked to agree the scope of the review? We're happy to do that. I think we're all going to be busy over the next few months with all these reviews that we're taking part in. Okay, on to item 12. This composite report sets out the significant number of approaches and places where members scrutinise council services performance, where we assess our performance against the rest of Scotland, and where we consider inspections and audit work by others. I know that members are getting up to date with their individual training programmes, and there is also a programme of training organised over the coming months, including the scrutiny reviews being led by the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee, that will also move this work forward. Now, Liz Manson is available on Teams to assist members with any questions. Liz, is there anything you want to say before members come in?
No, I'm fine, thank you. Just happy to answer any questions, Leader.
Okay. Can I invite questions? I don't think the others were Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. So Leader, thanks for that. So item number 12, similar comments to previous one. I'll just go through why that is a wee bit critical of this one in regards to does it comply with the thrust of what we're feeling at the 30th of June. So 3.1 tells us that in 30th of June 2020 full council agreed that an increase in resource is required to support the scrutiny function of the council and elected members, the council and elected members being the same thing, and for a report to come back to full council in July with proposals. So I suppose the question I'm looking for, where are the proposals? Now I do understand and accept and acknowledge that certainly as a way forward, but we see that the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee is looking at this, and I think that's the intended way forward. But ultimately there was a clear instruction, I think, and accepted it's in the body of the report that proposals should have came forward. I don't see them, I see updates.
Okay, Liz?
Yes, thank you. And I think to the point about resources, we have identified what resources are currently being allocated, and the fact that there are 2 pieces of work ongoing to identify what future resources will be required. As Councillor Carruthers has identified, we have a scrutiny review on support to members currently ongoing. It was due to report to the Scrutiny Committee in June, but obviously that timescale has been extended now, but we'll be bringing a report to the next meeting. And also we have a review of our committee arrangements, which is coming to the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee. So I think we've not been in a position yet to identify exactly what additional resources are required and what they would be allocated to, but certainly the report explains that the work is ongoing to identify what is required. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. I've got to say, when I first read the report, I probably had a similar reaction to Councillor Carruthers. However, I do think it's maybe important that we don't try and run before we walk. I think that the fact that, I think we've got agreement from all elected members that an increase in resource is required. I do think that actually I welcome that in terms of a further item in today's agenda about the head of governance and assurance recruitment post, that there's a clear indication from the job description about the scrutiny and the support to elected members, and that would sit with with that head of service. Also, as well, the fact that there is a review going to be carried out by the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee. It's maybe a wee bit premature to sort of put proposals forward before that work has been done. And I think that, hopefully we'll get a head of service who could maybe bring their own ideas into the mix, and we would want to take account of that. And I do welcome there that Liz has just mentioned a sort of audit as such of the resources that are there. I do think that is required, because I think it's a concern that we've only got enough resource to do 2 scrutiny reviews at a time, and I'm aware that we have just sort of agreed 2 reviews there through service committees. So we maybe need to do a wee bit of review of the resources that are already available, and put that into the mix. So I would kind of propose and throw it into the mix for member discussion, but maybe agreeing a further recommendation to this report, that we have a report to the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee after the completion of the Head of Service recruitment post that subject to being agreed later on in this agenda. And I feel that would then allow enough time, or nearly enough time, for the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee to carry out their review. And I hope that members of the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee would agree to that, so that actually, instead of coming forward with proposals a little bit prematurely, actually we could listen to and reflect on exactly what the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee come out with as part of their scrutiny review.
So the recommendations on this report are about agreeing further action. So, we are being invited in this report to say how we want to go forward. So, I'll turn on that, and Councillor Wilson has made a point there, and I think, Audit, Risk and Scrutiny is resourced to carry out 2 reviews, and yet we're putting additional burdens of work on Audit, Risk and Scrutiny in the process of this meeting, and it might well be the case that the committee needs a greater degree of resource than is actually currently made available to it. So I think it is something, like Councillor Wilson indicates, it's something that we need to consider, is whether the appropriate degree of resource is being forwarded to that committee. I've got Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks very much, Leader. And just on that particular point on the actions of this report and the recommendations, I'm looking at 3.5.4 in particular, and I've had many discussions with Derek and other officers regard what our council actually does well. And we've seen the last 3 reports where we've had our council getting reviews and investigations and all of that going on. But there is a lot of things in the thousands of interactions we have per day with the community that we do some good things. And one of the issues is actually putting those that do well forward for national recognition in places like AppSafe, COSLA, and things like that. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to review where we are with those applications going forward for those things that we actually do well. I'm not trying to sing there, by the way.
Okay. Liz?
Yes, very happy to do that. We do have some committee reports which identify where an award has been, where we've applied for something or where we have succeeded. And indeed, often at full council meetings, we start off your agenda with a notification about some successes, particularly where we have won awards. And today is a case in point. So yes, very happy to pick that up as part of our scrutiny arrangements going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Sloan.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's crucial in any relationship between a council and its officers. It's crucial that there is communication between the two. One of the things that bothers me over the years, it must be about 6 times a year, I'll phone a director, it's not to do with you, it's operational. Now, I've got a duty to monitor the operation, but it's got nothing to do with me. So I can't even ask the questions of where things are going wrong. And that's the way it sits at the moment. I'd like that to be looked at closely. They've now brought in such a thing as an executive and non-executive functions. Just when you think it's safe to go back in the water, you think you're understanding the scrutiny. They're now saying, oh, it is executive and non-executive. I'd like that further explained to me. But one thing I would like is that a better relationship between the officers of this council and its members. Now, if that member is only me, that's fine. Others might not agree.
Well, I don't think you should be being told that because something's operational, you don't need to know anything about it, because, as has been said earlier, that the elected members, the public goes to elected members and they expect elected members to be informed, even if it is an operational matter. They would expect elected members to be able to get that information. So nobody should be saying that mind your own business, this is an operational matter. Liz, could you maybe answer Councillor Sloan's points?
Yes, we'll certainly be very happy to pick up the point about member-officer relations and perhaps in relation to the protocol as part of the support to elected members. So yes, we're happy to add that in. Thank you.
Councillor Maitland.
Thanks, Leader. I'm just sort of looking at what we're being asked to do, which is to consider what we sort of need. And the thing that I was thinking about as I read this report is really that audit, risk and scrutiny has got to ask itself if we do have the tools to do our work efficiently and effectively. And I think we should do that as elected members. I mean, we should ask ourselves whether we actually have sufficient understanding of the way that the council works and what we can expect of all its component parts as individuals, whether we can do that. And secondly, I think we need to get officers to ask themselves when they write a report, if they were receiving it, would there be sufficient information in that report to make a considered decision and to be able to monitor the performance that will flow from that particular decision that we make. So those are the two things which I think we need to maybe go back and look at, whether we're using our current resources as effectively and efficiently as we could, rather than looking at the immediate for extra resource. But I think there is certainly a way to go, and the best value audit made it clear that that was one of the things that they felt that we needed, better information.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. That was one of the recommendations. Councillor Liz, do you want to respond to Jane's point?
I was simply going to say that the scope for the scrutiny review does indeed include surveys of members and discussions with elected members about what they feel they need, as well as benchmarking with other partners and other councils. So that these points are well made and are taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McComb. Again in Casey. Councillor McComb.
Thank you. Okay. On page 81, it makes the point that member training is now going to be under a different body from staff training. Could you explain the rationale for this, please?
Okay, Liz?
Yes, happy to pick that up. It was about making support for elected members part of the remit of the governance team, because the very points that we've been making about the importance of the information that's in committee reports, how members are supported at meetings, including with IT and new technology, that it was seen to be part of a wider set of arrangements that we would want to have very closely coordinated and integrated. We feel that that would give a better service to elected members.
Thank you very much, Liz. Thank you.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, it's just to support what Tommy was saying just not so many seconds ago, or a minute ago. And it's the quality of response. And it's tied into the member officer protocol. The officers realise what the role of the elected member is in representing his or her constituents. And not that it's inappropriate for me to reply in such a way. If the question's being asked, then we are looking for a quality response from officers at all levels. And if the Director of Communities, you haven't said, Chair, that it isn't important that we are there to represent the people who elected us, that perhaps Derek, as the Communities Director, could put out that to all heads of services, so it could inculcate through the officials of the council that we do look for a quality response within a given time. And if it's not, then a reason is given. That's part of the member officer protocol, and nobody waiting 3 and 4 months for a reply. So I think it's not just then to come back and say it's inappropriate for me to answer that. I would hope that the Director of Communities would get that message out.
I'd ask Derek to respond, but my understanding with the elected member inquiry service is that there was a requirement for a response, but within 3 days, and if you can't get the response in 3 days, you should get it within 15 days, and you will get the lead officer's name, so that if you're not happy with it, you can pursue it further.
You're not asking me to give you an example, Chair, because I could, but I'll know.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Scobie. Yes, indeed, you're quite right, Leader. That's the process, and as I always request but not demand, if members do indeed use that service, we have a far clearer audit trail, and I'm pleased to say there's continued increase in members using that system, and quite clearly we continually review with a view to improving it, and we report performance to the Communities Committee. I believe there'll be performance report due to the October meeting of the Communities Committee, but certainly to the best of my knowledge it's been an area of considerable improvement over the last 2 years, and therefore where there are particular difficulties that members have, I'm always happy to deal with these directly and offline out with today if that's appropriate. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks. Councillor Davidson.
Thanks, Leader. I wanted to go back to the point that Councillor Wilson made, and Liz actually picked it up in her remarks as well. It was regarding, and it's also referenced in paragraph 3.6.5, committee reports. It strikes me that one of the fundamental issues here, and it was included in the motion that we agreed, albeit by means of a vote last month, is the presentation of information to committees. I don't think that we can say that we are short of data, and we get lots and lots of data. I think that there's potentially a question mark about how useful some of that is in best enabling members to fulfil their scrutiny duties as effectively and easily as we would wish to be able to do so. So we get a big swathe of performance management data on a fairly regular basis, whether it's through service committees or area committees. But clearly some of it, depending on the time of year that it's reported, won't actually tell us anything because it's 6 months rather than annual. Some of it doesn't necessarily match up with changes to reporting that have happened for operational reasons. So there are lots of bits and pieces within that that don't necessarily need scrutiny at all. My own experience has been that the exception reporting is probably more beneficial because it gives data plus a narrative and therefore is something to get your teeth into. So I think that what we had agreed last month in terms of Standing Orders Subcommittee, looking further at the way in which that data and information is actually presented to committees, and whether it's in fact being done in such a way that it makes it easy for members to scrutinise, I think is actually really important. Because I suspect that very often the information is actually there for us. It is simply not necessarily clear that it is. And that, therefore leads to problems further down the line. The member says, well, I never knew about something. Actually, it was in fact there, but it was in Appendix 3 on page 300 or whatever it happened to be. So it has been reported and done so in good faith because we agreed that framework. But actually, in practice, it's not necessarily a particularly effective way of letting members scrutinise things at all. I don't know if we're getting to the point where we require that as a recommendation because actually, as I say in those paragraphs, it is specifically referred to. I think it's paragraph 3.6.5.3, which is far too many points. But it does say that there was work planned by the ad hoc subcommittee which hasn't been taken forward for obvious reasons and is going to be resumed. But whether or not we require a recommendation, I think we need to recognise the importance of that as part of the overall mix in giving members the best tools possible with which to scrutinise the performance of the organisation. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks. I think, yeah, that's definitely part of one of the further actions that we need to take. I've got Councillor James, Councillor Wood and Councillor Dempster, and then I intend to go to the recommendations because it's now 3:30 and we still haven't finished council business, or we're not near to finishing council business. So, Councillor James.
Thank you. Leader, I have an IQ in the mid-130s, but I feel myself in no way a match for the officers with the panoply of activities we've got, and they know what they're doing, and I would say to a large extent we don't. And in the past I've advocated a cabinet style where we could have at least personal accountability for the elected members who are overseeing various departments of what the council does, and that might put a bit more pressure on those individuals. Maybe they'd be paid more to do more. But unless we specialise to some extent, we will never get down to the depth that we would need to do to actually administer or oppose. And so if we've given up on specialism, then the best we could hope for would be a sort of a board of the moderately great and fairly good who just have an oversight over those who are really doing the real decision making and the work. But we can't hire and fire them. So there's actually a problem there which I don't see a ready solution. So we'll probably just muddle on doing our best, but we'll never get in deep enough. No way. The way we're going.
Okay, Councillor Wood.
That's it, sorry, the button didn't stay down there. Anyway, yeah, I'm actually quite taken with the idea that you're looking at putting more capacity and support into this committee. However, we joined up two committees. We joined up the audit and we joined up the scrutiny. And I wonder if we shouldn't be looking at making it a bigger committee with more members actually sitting on it. I appreciate that every elected member should be scrutinising the council continually on every report, but at the same time I just wonder if there shouldn't be a larger pool of people at that particular committee of audit and risk now that it's joined up.
Well, it did increase in size actually. The last committee restructuring, it did increase in size because there's now administration councillors on it as well as opposition councillors. So there has been an increase. I think to a certain extent it's up to audit risk and scrutiny to indicate how, if they feel that there's too few members on it and we want to increase it further, then let us know. But Ian.
Actually, I think that's something we've spoken about many times in the past, and actually should it be two committees rather than bigger membership? It may or may not be the right thing to do. Certainly there's two senior positions on one committee, so it may well be the right thing to do is to split the two committees up. But certainly I've got a recommendation I hope we get support for in regards to settle in the short term a greater level of resource towards that committee after what's been discussed. But I think it's the actual point that Councillor Wood brings up probably is for another day.
No, I think that's similar to the point made by Councillor Wilson as well, that there is a greater degree of resources needed for audit risk and scrutiny, particularly given the level of additional work we're putting on that committee now. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. Just very briefly, it's an officer member protocol. Everybody in the council will know, and you can call me a dinosaur if you want, I absolutely detest the EMES system and I do everything in my power not to use it. But I would say, and I feel I have to say, that I have had no difficulty at all with any officers provide me with information, support, whatever I needed to be effective in my role as a councillor. I don't like EMES. I'm happy to have other members use it if they do. But I just wanted to make sure that members understood that officers do their best to support members in whatever capacity, whatever mechanism they use when they're exercising their duties. And I've certainly got support from every officer I've tried to deal with over the years.
Okay. Yeah, I know Councillor Dempster has expressed this view in the past about EMES, and I think it's maybe shared by some other members, but I think increasingly people are getting used to it. Can we go to the recommendations now, which we've considered the arrangements, and we've, as indicated in 2.1, 2.2, but we're also being asked to agree further actions. So one of them, I think, was the need for additional resource for the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee. Ian.
Thank you, Leader. So I just scribbled some words. I wasn't sure if it was a 2.3 or just further actions. I remit to the Director of Communities to make sure adequate resources are made available to the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee to fulfil this piece of work in particular. It's round about the review going forward. So I think just to make sure, so if it needs extra resource, the Director, we've got the assurance that the Director will make that available for this particular piece of work. Thereafter, the review should sort that out.
Yes, yeah, I think that's acceptable. Oh, I see. All right, we've got David McKee wants to speak. I don't know whether it's on the recommendation. David?
Yes, Leader. I've just woken up, and what's being spoken about now is there's maybe a lot of truth in it, but a big issue, and I think the members need to recognise it as well. From the councillors' side, how many councillors come to a meeting and walk out after an hour and a half? It's dead easy to criticise officers, but you're talking about what we've got to do, and a lot don't even do that. So I think they need to take a look at themselves as well as criticising officers. And in regards to EMS, Jim Dempster, I did totally agree with you, but in the last 3 or 4 days, I've used it 3 or 4 times, and I've got a quick response. In fact, I got a very nice response from a young lady telling me not to use that EMS, but to use a different one. and it certainly worked. But that's my view. I'm sorry about it, but I just feel that councillors need to take a look at themselves, not just criticise officers.
You're right, we do have to look at our own responsibilities as well. If we can go back to the recommendation, so we've got a recommendation from Councillor Carruthers. We also, Councillor Davidson had a recommendation with regard, I think it was to 3.6.5.2, and this was about the survey of members which had been planned for April, and the report which was supposed to go to the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee to identify any improvement members would wish to see, and that this work was supposed to be being picked up over the summer months. So presumably we would want to see that progressed as well. Anything further than that? I think there's been quite a number of suggestions within the debate as well, which maybe could be picked up in terms of the minute and minuted for next month, just to make sure that we can be sure that we picked up everything that people were wanting to say. Okay, we're content with that? I see there's a conversation between Jim and others about EMES updates. Okay, so can we progress now to item 13, which is the final report in this section on the update on corporate anti-fraud and anti-corruption policy. And our final report also requires the removal of delegation from finance, procurement and transformation. So first of all, are we content to do that? Okay. And this report sets out the arrangements being put in place during the coming months while the Trunk Roads investigation is being concluded, which takes into account the concerns raised by members at the last meeting, and also a commitment to review our anti-fraud and anti-corruption policy no later than the end of this financial year. Lorna Meehan is available to assist members with any questions, but just before I pass over to members and to Lorna, just to say that a discussion with the administration group and with the leader of the Conservative group, we feel that it would be appropriate for the report of the Integrity Group on the Trunk Road Maintenance contract to go to the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee prior to coming to full council, to allow that committee to make recommendations to full council with regard to any other investigations that need to be take place. And I apologise to members of the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee that they seem to be receiving a lot of instructions or requests for work at this meeting, but we felt that might be appropriate. So can I invite members' comment and questions, please? Oh, sorry, first, Lorna, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Leader. Just I think maybe by way of update, welcome the report on the forensic financial investigations being considered by members and appropriate committees as you decide. The investigation isn't being conducted by the integrity group. It has been conducted independently and will report through to members directly. And that's the arrangements that have been put in place and remain the same. And also, I think, just to update, I think it has been raised in previous reports prior to this item that the independent forensic financial investigation has been conducted by KPMG. I think members asked to understand who was conducting that work.
Thanks for that, Lorna. I had originally thought it was independently, but I had been advised otherwise. So I'm pleased to hear it is totally independent now. Does this mean that we are able to request them that they report to the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee if it's totally independent of the Council now?
Member, Leader, just to be clear, it's been carried out independent of officers, so it's not independent of the Council, so the matter will be reported through Audit and Risk Scrutiny Committee if that's what members wish. The report was initially commissioned as part of the ongoing secondary part of the investigation that the Director of Communities was overseeing, so I have no view on that, and I think that support and direct that as members tell me.
Okay, Derek, are you content with that? That we would, and my intention would it would go to full council, given that it's finally it would go to full council because it's a matter of significant interest to all members, but that it could go to Audit Risk and Scrutiny first for their recommendations in terms of any future investigations or inquiries which spin out of that. Derek.
Thank you, Leader. As the Director of Economy and Resources says, very content with that direction of travel, and therefore, if that's members' will, very much to enact it. Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. So very much welcome your input there in regards to the reporting of this particular organisation through the integrity group. So initially, when I read through this law, I was a wee bit confused and concerned, but I think I maybe just looked for reassurances from yourselves. So 3.2, it talks about the integrity group, the make-up, so on and so forth, and I see felt absolutely, because the integrity group has been the integrity group that's been overlooking the trunk roads, it's been in place when the trunk roads have been ongoing, felt was there a conflict of interest, but you've certainly made some adjustments there in regards to that, and it certainly has made a difference. And I think so at 3.4, in 3.4.2 in particular, the last 3 bullet points in particular refer to that, the changes that are there in particular. So you've come away from that as chair yourself. There's new blood in that, and there's somebody through SIPFA, I think it's saying it will be the independent chair. Do you still? I'm looking for reassurances in as far as that. So the KPMG is what we're saying will report to the integrity group. Then the integrity group will then report to the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny, is my understanding what will happen, which will then report back to the appropriate committee, which I think has been agreed as full council. Is there still a large enough Chinese wall, I would say, I would ask, between the integrity group, the current members? Is enough distance between the current members, taking into consideration what's happened over the last few years, and just to show that they are clearly independent enough and they haven't been attached and associated with the previous practices? I need that reassurance for yourself on being the actual report author.
Okay, Lorna.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Just to clarify, the work that the forensic investigation will go to an independent chair of the integrity group, but that will come straight through to members. There will be no further debate through the existing integrity group. There will be absolute separation of that work. It will come straight through.
Content with that? Okay, Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Lorna, for giving the identification of the independent investigation work. I think it's important that came out in the public forum. I'm quite sure it was unintentional, but at least it's there. I'm also reassured by the setup of the integrity group and that SIPFA will be arranging a chair for it. When it does, it was mentioned that would be brought before the Audit and Scrutiny, and I fully agree with that. I think that's very appropriate. When it doesn't eventually come in front of the Council, would you consider that we also invite KPMG to be there to report their finding? I think it's important that members get it at first hand and not just through a report. Thank you.
I think that would be very appropriate that that the independent chair reported to us, and indeed I should imagine also to audit risk and scrutiny. Yeah, but I certainly think that would be appropriate. Ian, thank you for that. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader. I'm just very slightly confused. Have I got it right then that SIPFA will arrange and choose the chairman who will deal with the investigations? That's really a yes and no answer, I suppose.
Lorna?
Thank you, Leader. Leader, I have indicated in the report that I would be looking probably to engage someone through SIPFA. There's been a short leap engaged through those suitably qualified through our normal frameworks who have SIPFA, and I have asked, subject to the debate earlier about the Finance Procurement Transformation Committee review, whether that resource could also provide some independent advice in terms of public finances to that review. I think that was accepted generally, so if members were agreeable, then I would look to engage possibly the chair and vice chair of FPT committee in selecting a suitable person who could carry out both those roles.
Thanks. Jane, do you want to come back?
That was going to be my next question as to who exactly was going to be part and parcel of that arrangement. If I was to suggest that we expanded that to include the chair and vice chair of audit and risk, because it's going to come to us, I think we would find to understand the scope of what is being asked of this particular chair. I think that would be useful for us. Is there any reason why we shouldn't do that?
So, Lorna?
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Maitland. I have no objection to that. It's a matter of members wish that to be the case. We'd welcome that indeed.
Councillor, well, I've got Councillor Hislop. It's on this point. Councillor Nicholson.
So on that point, if the chair and vice, looking at it both ways, if the chair and vice chair of audit and risk then sit on that and then review their own decisions when they come back to audit and scrutiny, is that a conflict?
Lorna. Is it the same point, Willie? I'll bring you in there.
Yeah, Chair, because I hear Councillor Maitland saying she was slightly confused. I'm totally confused. I'm looking at 3.4.2, but even more confused with the last comment as to the chair and vice chair. If it's a forensic examination or investigation, not just an examination, then I asked at the last meeting, were members culpable? And maybe members come back to decision making, who took that decision, and could they be culpable? So any one of us could be culpable in that forensic investigation. So that needs to be independent, not only of officials, but members as well, in my opinion.
Well, I don't think members are actually going to be involved in the investigation. I think it's talking about the role of members in appointing the chair, the independent chair to the investigation. But the investigation itself will be independent of both elected members and officers. I think it's just who chooses the chair or selects the chair.
And that clarifies that point, so it's just in the appointment. But I'm looking at the appointment, I'm looking at 3.4.2, and I'm hearing, or I'm seeing professional expert through SIPFA, and then establishing plans to strengthen the interim chair of integrity group, and then agreeing, the forensic investigation body as KPMG. Who's been taking all these decisions, or have I missed something?
Well, I think they were taken by officers in response to the concerns raised by elected members at the last meeting. I mean, I think there's still an outstanding issue about the election or the selection of the chair. And Councillor Nicholson,
the chair of the integrity board, and then
the chair of the
independent body
chair of
to
the
do
inquiry.
the investigation.
It's the chair of the inquiry. I mean, Lorna is the chair of the integrity board normally, but she has stepped aside for that for the duration of the inquiry. And none of the officers who are on that group will be involved in the inquiry, so the inquiry is independent of officers. But I think the question now is about how the chair is selected and which members should be involved or consulted in terms of the appointment of the chair. And I wondered, before we go on, if I can get a response from Lorna to the point that Councillor Nicholson raised about if the report goes back to Audit, Risk and Scrutiny, does that mean actually that Audit, Risk and Scrutiny's chair and vice chair shouldn't be involved in the appointment?
Thank you, Leader. If I can just reiterate that I think the points made at 3.4.3 and the point made by Councillor Maitland is simply about the selection of a suitable individual to carry that out based on the scope of work already agreed in the FPT review, what I've set out here in terms of standing aside from the integrity group to provide independence to the chair of that, and that person also to provide oversight to the work that's undertaken by KPMG on their forensic investigations. I don't think in the selection processes beyond that would undermine any independence of members examining and receiving those reports at a later stage. But certainly in terms of making progress and confidence, certainly understand that that might be a suitable step that might support members.
Right. Councillor Wilson wants to come in on this point as well. Apologies, Councillor Hislop, you've been waiting for a while, but Councillor Wilson.
Thanks. I was just going to suggest on Councillor Maitland's point that, you know, if elect members are happy to agree, there's absolutely no reason why the chair, myself as chair and vice chair of FPT committee couldn't consult with political group leaders on that appointment, just to widen it out slightly. And in relation to the comments made by Councillor Scobie, it would be up to any of those political group leaders to determine for themselves if they've got a conflict of interest in that decision. And in that scenario, they could nominate another member of their group to be consulted in that decision.
Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Leader. I think I feel more comfortable with what Councillor Wilson's just said there. I think it's right maybe that Councillor Maitland's brought that forward, but I think public perception may well be okay. And finance, procurement, transformation, if we agreed what we've already discussed, we probably won't see this again. It'll go straight to full council, most likely. So I think it's probably cleaner and wiser, but ultimately Adam's way's quite a good way forward, I think, and ultimately if I feel that I can't adhere to as a political leader, I would send my deputy. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a sensible suggestion. It does involve all the groups in the decision. Okay, Councillor Hislop at last.
Just point, have KPMG been involved with this in the past? You know, I think there's 3 or 4 big auditing companies that the government sort of using. Has Transerve been involved with KPMG or not? Just so that we do get the full independent sort of new look at the system.
Thanks, Lorna. Do you know whether there's been any involvement between KPMG and Transerve at any point?
Certainly, I can assure you that there's been no involvement between KPMG and this council. They haven't been our auditors, and the forensic accounting arm of KPMG is a UK-wide arm, and those staff who are involved with that are professionals from across the UK. I couldn't possibly say to be involved Transerve. It's not something that I would have to hand, but I'll check with them. But I would imagine through our diligence and procurement that we would ensure that there's absolute separation and no prior involvement.
Thank you, Lorna. Okay, I don't see anybody else indicating that they wish to speak. So if we can go to the recommendations, which was to note the update and to agree the actions set out in 3.4, but we also wanted to include that the appointment of the independent chair will be made by the chair and vice chair of finance, procurement and transformation in consultation with the political group leaders. And secondly, that the report will be remitted to the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee in order for them to make recommendations prior to it coming to full council. And is that agreed? Thank you. Right. I'm going to have a look at the time now. We were supposed to get a quarter of an hour break now, but we're now nearly at 4 o'clock. I know the Chief Executive has to leave. Are we content not to have a break and just to proceed with the business and try and get it finished? The Chief Executive has an appointment elsewhere, and he's asked to take the homologation report now. Is everybody satisfied with doing that? I believe we'll leave. What number is that? That is 19. Okay, so if we can go to report 19 first, which is the additional requirement for school transport. And as this was a decision taken by the Chief Executive in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of Communities, we'll take this before the Chief Executive has to leave. And I will look at my notes. And, right. First of all, we have to withdraw a delegation from the Communities Committee. We're happy to do that. The funding had to be agreed so that the arrangements for school transport could be progressed in time for the return to school the week commencing the 11th of August, and it is now being brought to full council for homologation because there wasn't a scheduled meeting of Communities Committee until October. And I've got Councillor Ferguson wants to speak. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. I'm just support Gavin's explanation to us that we had to get the ball rolling, to say, to coin a phrase, to make sure that we had the proper transport, and just ask the members to support our decision to homologate accordingly.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. I've also been advised that Douglas is not available on Teams. I think we've gone on too late for him to be available but I'm sure that Gavin can answer any questions. Councillor Stett.
Just on this, Gavin, I spoke to a driver of one of the bus companies yesterday. The run he does is a mixture of pupils and public. And he said if they came to self-distancing, his company would have to supply other buses. And his second point was they got buses, they might not get the drivers. I think we're in a tricky situation.
Absolutely. One of the additional costs that we're having to bear is the money that we subsidise Westtrans for exactly those buses that you're talking about, because we're having to duplicate the service, but actually they would lose income as well at the worst time to lose income. So part of a financial consideration not in the homologation is how do we continue that, because we obviously subsidise Westtrans for buses that our children will no longer be using. So again, that's a discussion that will come in the finance report in August. But you're absolutely right. One of the big limiting factor is physical buses and also drivers. And if we hadn't got the tendering done by the end of last week, we would not have been able to conclude that process with the statutory appeals process before the children had to go back to school, with the real risk that children would be left at bus stops. So that was why I sought the view of the Chair and Vice Chair to take the decision out with the normal committee structure.
Councillor Hislop.
Chair, in light of the last 3 or 4 reports, could we have the reassurance that the proper procurement procedures were followed when looking at the new bus contracts? We have had problems in the past.
Get assured that one of the reasons that we had to take the decision, because of the statutory nature of appeals from other to get through, we would have been out with the 6-week rule. So we had to take it out, give you absolute assurance based upon evidence, and of course it was Douglas that was doing it. So he was, but absolutely. But again, that was part of the time pressure that we had to jump and not wait for the government to confirm their arrangements.
Right, thanks. So are we content to homologate the decision? I think it was necessary to do it to make sure the kids got to school. All right, thanks very much, Gavin. Item 14, I think we are on now. Go back. Okay, which is the Head of Service Recruitment, and a report by Derek. A report sets out a number of interim and permanent arrangements that are being put in place in the Communities Directorate. It sets a context for the member decisions today, which are the change in responsibility for staff training and the recruitment of the head, and also the recruitment of the Head of Service position. The job description for the Head of Service post includes specific responsibilities to challenge poor practice within and out with their own service. I think that's important given some of the matters that we have discussed over the last couple of months. and to support effective scrutiny arrangements and to support councillors in doing that. Our current Law Society practising certificate is now also an essential requirement. And Derek is here to assist members with any questions. Derek, is there anything you wish to
Nothing to add, Leader, thank you.
Okay. Invite any questions for Derek. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. It's just going back to the last item as well, and can I seek that there's no governance issues with employment appeals making that appointment, as they do sit on a disciplinary.
Derek.
Just my understanding, we're following the standard practice on these arrangements, and to the best of my knowledge there's no conflict. If there's any suggestion that there is, I'm happy to provide the assurances out with, but certainly to the best of my knowledge there is no conflict. We're following the standard practice for the recruitment of the head of service post.
Thank you for that. It's just if they sit on a grievance or a disciplinary with involving the appointment, then they may have a conflict.
I suppose that might be a circumstance under which they would have to appoint a substitute.
What might be cleaner would be a full council. That's what I'm saying. It might be cleaner.
Mm.
It's just a point.
It's an interesting point.
It's just a point, and
Councillor Nicholson.
I'm just asking the question.
Yeah. Any further? Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I don't know how far back I can go in terms of raising the same question, but it's 3.9, the new post of head and governance and assurance is a key responsibility for our governance arrangements. In particular, as monitoring officer, it will have a direct link to the Chief Executive, including being part of his or her regular statutory officers meeting as the Chief Solicitor to the Council. I've asked the question numerous times in the past, will this person be of independent, or that he will work independently, notwithstanding he has a direct link to the Chief Executive, but his decisions will be independent of any officer of the Council when he's looking at monitoring issues and governance, due diligence and everything else. That we have that assurance that that person does work with independent mind.
Yeah. He or she, Councillor Scobie.
I stand correct.
Derek.
Happy to provide that assurance, Leader. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody indicating they wish to speak on the lists. So if we can go to the recommendations, which is to agree 1, 2, 3 and 4. Are we content to agree those? Great, thank you. Okay, now item 15 is the Area Committee Budgets 2021 and the arrangements and report by the Community Planning and Engagement Manager. The setting of the frameworks is the responsibility of the Communities Committee, so we have to ask for withdrawal of delegation to communities for this. Content to do so? And the second element in the report is to consider the proposals for discretionary grants and anti-poverty priorities that emerged from the members' seminars. Now, after discussion within the administration group, and it was originally brought to our attention by the chair of the Nithdale Area Committee, we're proposing that this is not determined today, but is left unto the area committee meetings that are scheduled for September. Therefore, there is no requirement to withdraw delegation from the area committees at recommendations 2.2 or to consider recommendations 2.4 or 2.6 and the timetables that would need to be revised. So, and I don't think Jim is here. No, Jim's actually left the meeting, but he had, I'll bring Councillor Bell in a moment. He had, Councillor Dempster had a particular concern around Nithdale Area Committee that certain changes were being made in terms of certain events which were proposed to be supported but hadn't actually been decided by the Nithdale Area Committee. And the point he made is that although they were discussed at a seminar, the seminar is not a decision-making body. and it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate for full council to take decisions for the area committees. It's actually for the area committees to take those decisions for themselves. So that was his reasoning, and when we discussed it within the administration group, we felt that he had a good point in saying that. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Leader. Obviously, I welcome the report coming to area committees. As far as I'm concerned, the area committees should have been scrapped years ago. I think they're an expensive mechanism talking shop. I feel that we're not getting anywhere with them. We need to change the format. A lot of the things the reporting mechanism coming to the area committee has been rubber stamped with the SNP government. We've been told what to do. There's nothing we can do about it. Police and fire has been taken away from this region. Everything's been centralised. So as far as I'm concerned, we need to have a root and branch review of the area committee, and I feel that everything's just getting centralised with the SNP government.
Thanks for that. I think that's maybe a discussion for another day, and other members may not necessarily agree with you there, but I think, yeah. Councillor Carruthers.
Graham and I have a different opinion on the area committees, but that's the crux of our personalities. I just wondered, on the back of what you're saying, I was quite content with this report, but what potential impacts has in possible communities applying for funding and so on and so forth?
Yeah, it would delay, and we would actually have to. The suggestion from Liz was that we put in some additional to the parts that remained within it. We'd have to say that the priorities to be determined would actually mean the allocations wouldn't be made until November. But having said that, quite a number of the organisations to which we make allocations, for things like galas and common ridings and so on, haven't taken place this year anyway. So there wouldn't, and coupled with that, some of the effects of COVID-19 won't really be known until later in the year. So actually making the decisions in November isn't necessarily the problem that it might have been in normal years. Councillor Hislop.
Will we entertain applications from individuals? I notice in the Nithsdale one there's sports ones. Will we entertain sports if they've started their actual season prior to us being able to actually hand out the money? Because I think last year, if you can keep me right, we agreed in June. That then had to wait for a month until it went out to a third sector body who might want to take it on. Nobody came forward, and then it was August before we actually were delivering the monies. Does that have to happen, that we have to wait on a decision before we can ask the third sector bodies to apply if they want to actually distribute this money?
Okay, I think, Liz, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I wonder if you could answer, Councillor.
If you agree to defer the decision about the discretionary grant, the proposed allocations and the priorities for the anti-poverty money, then yes, it will shift the process back some time. And you'll see for the discretionary grant arrangements, there's normally a 6-week period that we allow organisations to come forward with their expression of interest. So yes, it would delay the awards to any sports achievements.
I think though what Councillor Hislop was asking was whether or not some of the awards could be made retrospectively if activity had already started, if I understood you correctly, Councillor Hislop. Would that be possible?
We would have the organisation, I guess, would just need to take a risk that the awards were not agreed by Nithsdale Area Committee, for example. So should they be making awards, that would be something that they would need to decide for themselves.
Okay, Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, if my memory serves me well, this was something that we did discuss at the seminar, or I believe we discussed at the seminar, in terms of organisations that may, we looked at, will some be running or will some events not go on? And those that were going on, then I think we took the view that we would still be awarding, so it'd be for member decision is my take on that. But the longer we delay it, we're opening up committees in August, September, or August, did you say?
I think that they'll be scheduled for September.
Right, then my question, I would hope I can put to members is that we accelerate, the area committee rather than wait, because if there are organisations out there that have started and did run the risk that they could get something from either discretionary grant or the anti-poverty money, because there are organisations out there that are currently running and rely on some of these funding. And I hope that we do look at retrospective applications or expressions of interest, and that it would be up to the members to decide how they deal with this, not an officer. And I would hope that's the sensible way forward in terms of events and anti-poverty money, etc., where organisations do rely on some of these both discretionary and anti-poverty. But that if it's deemed that the committee wants to, that we accelerate a meeting date so that we can disperse some of this funding that's very much needed out there, and people are waiting on it.
Yeah, is that? I mean, we talked about September. Would it be possible to bring the area committees forward so that we can make these decisions?
The council at its last meeting agreed that you would have full council planning and licensing meetings during what had been the summer recess, but we could certainly look at the dates for the area committees that are perhaps at a later stage in September. So we'll be happy to look at that in the context of the capacity and the venues that are available. As you mentioned earlier on in the meeting, that you're looking at where we can accommodate meetings, and we'd be certainly happy to look at that.
Okay, I mean, for clarification, I'm not talking about the end of September. I mean, the recess would have finished the middle of August, and I thought that our discussion was around committees restarting in August, towards the second week of August, or third week of August, whether it would be possible to look to bring the area committees forward to the last 2 weeks of August rather than waiting until September.
But we're certainly very happy to look at that in conjunction with the chairs and vice chairs.
Thanks. Councillor Driver.
Thanks very much, Leader. I just want a point of clarity on that. As part of the recommendations that your suggestion is that the funding that would go to area committees would go there, and then the decisions of how we actually spend that would be down to area committee? Or are you saying that the funding wouldn't be made available?
No, we're saying that the funding would be decided by us because we've withdrawn the delegation from the Communities Committee, which allocates the funding, but it would then be down to the area committees to decide how it wanted to distribute the discretionary grants, because the anti-poverty money is slightly different in the way it's distributed.
So basically the funding would be agreed to go forward to area committees for dispersal, but the rest of it would be decided by area committees, and I'd be happy with that recommendation.
Yep, that's correct. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Leader. I've been trying to get in. I've been usurped by a couple of people there, because that was exactly the clarification I was going to make. Because the next Communities Committee, if we didn't decide the allocations today, next Communities Committee is in October, which would have put us right back to over Christmas at the very earliest. We could have been looking at some of the grants. So I'm in total agreement with what you're saying, Leader, is we agree the allocation of funding to each of the 4 area committees, and then leave it to the 4 area committees how to then actually spend that money, or get that money distributed to the groups and the people it's meant to go to. So I'm in total agreement with you, and I think that's the way we should go forward.
Thanks, Andy. Councillor James.
I agree with Councillor Bell, and the time at which the committee I sit on, the area committee, identified itself in my mind as a lame duck was when it wouldn't even consider expressing an interest in becoming the oversight body for participatory budgeting, which is going up as this discretionary grant budget goes down, because that would have been a role for it. So in order for me to judge discretionary grant matters, can you tell me about participatory budgeting? Where are we with that at the moment? Because as I understood it, we were heading towards 1%, and is that still the target? When will that happen? And that would set the context for me, because obviously that's where the future is, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to get into discussion about the future of area committees with 15 minutes of the council's time left, but maybe Liz can you answer Councillor James's question on participatory budgeting?
Certainly, yes. The ad hoc subcommittee on the 27th of March allocated £200,000 of this year's, the 2020-21 anti-poverty funding for participatory budgeting, and agreed that a report will come to the Communities Committee later on this year about setting up the steering group, which will look at what the purpose of that funding specifically is going to be, with a view to the funding being distributed early in 2021.
Leader, don't we have to get to 1% of our budget by a certain date, or has that been completely dropped?
Well, I think there is an expectation, but I really don't want to get into a discussion about participatory budgeting at this point, because it is a much wider issue than just what happens at the area committees. It actually involves a lot more than that.
It's been ignored for quite a while. It's a large amount of money.
Yes, well, I think if we want to debate about participatory budgeting, we have that at communities, which is actually the overseeing committee on PB. It's
In question, I always ask that question when that opportunity comes around. I never had a clear answer.
I can't explain that. It's why you've not had a clear answer on that particularly. But
at the moment, of order, Chair. Point of order.
Who's speaking?
Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor James has been told and informed and recommended on a number of occasions participatory budgeting isn't setting a financial budget, it's actually allowing the people to decide or help to decide how services are going to be delivered in their area. So it's not necessarily 1% of the council's turnover in cash terms, it could be anything. Right? So, for example, in the communities model that we use, and the public conversations, and we take on board what they say, and I just wish he would actually let this lie, because that's exactly where we are, and move on with the business. We're at 4:15, and we've still budgeted to get through. It's still going about something. It's not actually on the agenda.
I think he's confusing participation requests with participated budgeting.
Can we move on, please? We don't have time to enter this discussion at the moment. Councillor Nicholson.
I forgot what I was going to ask. But so we've withdrawn communities. We're withdrawing delegation from communities. We're putting it, we're agreeing to the framework and then passing it on to area committees. So the proposed area committee discretionary budget priorities that's in this paper will get dealt with through the area committees. And that's a shame, because I was wanting to ask the question on Andy Deal West deal.
Okay, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. It's just a very quick point, and I absolutely agree with Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Drybers, way forward of agreeing the allocations and putting it back to the area committees. However, there's one point in here that I just wanted to raise. Under all of the discretionary grant priorities, there's support for organisations in delivering the response, renew and recovery plan. Now, that wasn't discussed, as far as I can recall, at our seminar, but yet it appears in all of this, and there is significant money being put aside with that. We have agreed in July 2020 the Restart, Renew and Recovery Action Plan. Are the funds in there designed to be put into the general funds for this? It was just to get some clarity, but if it's appropriate to ask that in the area committee when we take that, I'm quite happy to leave it as is.
I think it's probably, now, if we defer this to the area committees, it's probably a question at the area committee.
Thank you, Leader.
Okay, can we move to the recommendations? So they now start with withdrawn delegation. Are we content to agree the discretionary budget strategic framework and timetable set out in paragraph 3.3 and 3.4, subject to the amendment and priorities will be determined by area committees, hopefully in August, and allocations made as soon as possible thereafter. And similarly, 4 comes out, and then we also have 5 would be to agree the eligibility and application timetable for the Anti-Poverty Area Committee grant funding budget as set out in paragraph 3.9 and 3.10 as detailed in Appendix 3. Again, subject to the amendment, the priorities will be determined by the area committees, hopefully meeting as soon as possible in August, and the agreement of awards then again as soon as possible. Thanks. Now, see, Councillor Wood.
What I was going to suggest is, can we also add another recommendation there, that we do have a review of area committees and where we want to see them go in the future, because we are looking at changing the structures within the council. We do have community empowerment, we've got ward managers, and we've got ward forums. Derek's been doing an excellent job in engaging with the communities, and I think it would be an excellent opportunity to do some work on how we actually take forward our communities and how they want to be taken forward. And if you look at area committees, we don't get good representation at area committees of the local communities. So let's go out to the local communities.
I don't think that's a recommendation for this report. It might be something that we want to bring up and discuss at communities. I don't think that's a recommendation, which should be tagged on to the end of this report at this time in the afternoon, really. But it is something that can be taken up with later. Now, if we can move on, the next item was to be the Care Home Assurance Report. Now, this is really a report from noting, and given the time, I wondered, I'm sorry, Lillian, whether we could defer this to August, because it's not actually decision-making. Councillor Scobie?
Chair, if you allow me to make a couple of comments.
Oh.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. People would be delighted with that. No, you know, and I think we've waited a while for this report. If not this report, then one that will address the issue of nursing provision in care homes. And I have been in correspondence with the Cabinet Secretary, and while she's not given a directive, she's given a clear steer as to what she expects and what she has tasked, if you like, and it says that in her letter to me, the Director of Public Health, in terms of what she wants to see in care homes. And while the government provided a wraparound service in terms of nursing provision in all the care homes, that was not always the case, and it may not be when we come out of COVID-19. And I have shared the letter with both chief executives and the 5 councillor IGB members, and in the letter it clearly states, in order to provide assistance to care homes and their staff, the Scottish Government have tasked Directors of Public Health to provide enhanced clinical leadership to care homes. And I would hope we would do that in terms of this council saying what they want to see from the Health and Social Care Partnership.
I'm assuming we're taking this report since we seem to be discussing it already.
Sorry, yeah, you'll be taking this today. I know we're waiting on the further report on the transform in Wigtonshire. I think I've been waiting on it for 4 years as to whether it's been doing anything, but nevertheless I would hope we were going to be taking this today. There's other points I would make in this report that leads this to...
Okay, you'll have to take, I'll have to make it sorry, Councillor Carruthers?
I was just thinking, Leader, you did say you'd stop at 4:30.
I know, I did say I'd stop at 4:30, but it seems I don't see us being able to complete this agenda in 7 minutes.
No, I would agree with that, so would you stop the fair? That's what you said earlier.
Yeah, I mean, my suggestion was this, because it was for deferring, I mean, it was for noting that could be deferred till August. I mean, are members content to defer it till the next meeting?
Are we deferring the rest of the agenda?
Once we get to 4:30, I think that's it. I think I've had a number of members on from my group as well saying, listen,
and a number of members have had to leave already.
Stop now then, Chair.
Unless we rush on.
No, there's a number, no, I think we can actually, because there's member appointments to committees, or not committees, to the Vice Chair and so on at agenda item 17, which actually need to be progressed, and also the vacancy on the Wigtonshire Divisional Licensing Board, which needs to be progressed, and they won't take long, but I think they need to be done. So can we agree to defer? I know Councillor Scobie will disagree the recommendation, but we defer 15 for a fuller discussion at the August. Yeah. So can we move on to 17, which is the member appointments. Contains 3 proposed changes to member appointments, and Nick will assist with any queries about the appointments. But the appointments are basically the appointment of Katie Hagman as Vice Chair of the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee to replace Henry McClelland. Now, are we content to agree that? Is this administration? Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Leader, and thanks for getting the opportunity here by moving this one on. So we consider this as a Conservative group and thought seriously and long about it, obviously under the current situation. So, as you're well aware, that we've got a very good and talented spokesperson in regards to finance, procurement, transformation. That's Councillor Hislop, and we feel that he's very well placed in regards to this position. So, I would formally move that Councillor Hislop takes up this position. Leader.
Okay, you second amendment. I would formally move that Councillor Hagman takes up the position. And can I have a seconder? Councillor Nicholson.
Leader, I'm happy to second that, Leader, and speak to it if need be.
Okay, I'll bring Councillor Davidson in on this.
I would have hoped this is a straightforward matter. The changes been made at Councillor McClelland's request. Members are aware that he has an entirely honourable conflict of interest with regard to a significant piece of work that the committee will have between now and Christmas. His contribution has been very valuable in the other work of the committee, and I would trust that members would recognise that it is a sensible measure under those circumstances. Happy to second you in terms of that substitution, Leader.
Okay, well, I think we need to proceed to the vote. The motion is to appoint Councillor Hislop, and the amendment would be to appoint Councillor Hagman.
Okay, thanks, Leader. We'll proceed to the vote.
As we've already said, we have 4 minutes left. We haven't got time for a discussion around it. I'm sure that people are capable of making up their minds as to who they want to support.
Yeah, that's why I came here today. I've set forward today, but represent them.
Say your piece, Councillor James, and then we'll
Leader,
proceed.
You have moved to the vote. So
I thought I'd move to a vote as well.
Okay, thank you, Leader.
You can vote whichever way you want.
We'll proceed to the vote. Leader.
Amendment.
Deputy Leader.
Amendment.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Brodie. Is that Councillor Brodie? All right. No. Okay. Councillor Doogie Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor John Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Karen Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Charteris. Councillor Charteris. Councillor Dempster. Councillor Dempster's left. Councillor Dryborough.
Amendment.
Amendment. Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Fairburn. Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Giusti is Councillor Giusti on?
Motion.
No, he's there, yeah. Councillor Hagman.
Amendment.
Councillor Howie.
Amendment.
Motion.
Councillor Hislop. Councillor Ingalls.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Motion.
Councillor Johnston.
Motion.
Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor Little.
Amendment.
Councillor McGregor.
Motion.
Councillor McCammon.
Motion.
Councillor McClelland.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland. Councillor Marshall.
Amendment.
Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor Nicholson. I'm not sure Councillor Ronnie ever joined the meeting. Right, Councillor Ronnie. I'll come back to him. Councillor Scobie.
Motion.
Councillor Sloane. Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Surtees.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate.
Motion.
Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
Councillor Wood.
Motion.
Councillor Young.
Amendment.
Can I try Councillor Charteris again?
A motion.
Thank you.
Nick, can you get Councillor Brodie as well, because he's put up on the...
Yeah, I'll try again. Yeah. Councillor Brodie.
Amendment. Did you hear that one? Amendment.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 18 members voting in favour of the motion and 21 in favour of the amendment. Therefore, the amendment is carried.
Thank you, Nick. The second thing we have to agree is the appointment of Rob Davidson as the chair of the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee. Are we content to agree that? Okay, thank you. And thirdly, is there a volunteer or a nomination to replace Councillor Carruthers on the Wigton Licensing Board? I'm looking at Jackie McGann.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be a good idea, Leader. I'm about to go to maternity leave, so I wouldn't want to take that on.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Councillor McGavin. Thank you. She could. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Right. Have we got any other? I can understand Councillor McGavin's position if she's about to be on maternity leave. Have we got any other nominations for that board? I see Councillor Scobie has made off before he could get nominated. Councillor Carruthers.
I suppose the last time I put my name forward, but ultimately what I had to do, unfortunately, we had to go through the same training as what I'd been through previously, which it was a bit of a stumbling block, which is incredible considering that I've been through that for Annandale and Estill. It was only a stopgap. Happy to revisit this at the next full council if required, if it's unfortunate.
I think we need to bring it to the next full council. And finally, I think the minutes can be deferred till August, but can we, item 18 is to withdraw delegation from the Nithsdale Area Committee so we can name 3 roads in Lincluden. Are we prepared to do that? Okay. It's a routine matter which is brought to full council so that the next stages of the development can progress. But I'm sure that those of us who remember the sad occasion of the return of the body of Lance Corporal Joseph Poole to his native Dumfries in 2010 will be pleased to see him commemorated in this way by naming a street after him. Mike Fox is available if we've got any, but I think actually there will probably be a determination to agree this, and I would thank members for their participation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You happy with that? Too hot. Yeah. We'll keep going. Keep going, or keep going. Keep going. It's quite peaking a bit there, actually. Yep. 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 Okay. Is that better? How's that? That's about halfway as to where it was. Yep.
No one's physically allowed to attend, so they're either doing written reps or they were joined by a team. And they were joined by a team without having a team anyway to do it on the ground.
I do have an idea. I do have an idea. I think that maybe the converter box up at the projector, have you got one of the ones that's got multiple input resolutions on the button? I'll choose a different resolution, like choose. You changed the DAC to 1011 and the projector wouldn't accept it.